Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the September 12th, 2019 City of Nashua Planning Board. Mr. Secretary, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Mayor Donches. Mike Peterson.
Present.
Scott Leclaire.
Here.
Adam Varley. Edward Weber, here. Alderman David Tenza. Alderman Marianne Mazzilagoya. Steve Ducrane.
Present.
Jerry Rapucci. Maggie Harper.
Here.
Bob Bollinger. Here.
Okay, so we have quorum, and all folks up here will be participating in voting. We have in front of us the minutes from the, I believe it's August 8th, actually, 2019 Planning Board meetings. Anybody had a chance to take a look at those? Want to make a motion as to whether they're, can be accepted in the form presented or need amendments?
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to accept, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Do we have a second for it?
Second.
Second by Mr. Weber. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain, was not present.
Okay, abstention, Mr. Ballinger,
Oh, abstain.
and Mr. Peterson as well. So 2 abstentions, Ed. That motion passes. Okay. Communications, Linda?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. In your folder this evening, there are 3 communications. The first is an email from engineering regarding case number 7 with some updated comments. The second is a colored elevation for case number 7, the floor decor. And finally, we have communication from the Economic Development Director regarding other business number 2, the release of the facade easement, and he is here and would like to speak to it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Report of Chairman, Committee, and Liaison. Ed, is there anything?
HDC had one application. I wasn't there to take part, so.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the procedure of the meetings and hearings. So the procedure of the meeting and hearings are as follows. After each legal notice of conditional special use permit, site plan, or subdivision is read by myself, the board will determine if the application is complete and ready for the board to take jurisdiction. If we do take jurisdiction, the public hearing will begin, at which time the applicant or their representative will be given time to present an overview and description of their project. They'll speak to whether or not they agree with the recommended staff stipulations, and the board will have an opportunity to ask relevant follow-up questions of the applicant or staff. I'll then ask for testimony from the audience. I'm going to first ask for anyone wishing to speak in opposition or concern to a plan to speak. If you so choose, please come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. This will be the time for you to express your concerns or ask questions you may have regarding the plan. I'll next ask for anyone wishing to speak in favor of the plan. The board will then ask any relevant follow-up questions of the applicant. The applicant will then be given a rebuttal period, at which time they'll speak to any of the concerns raised by the public testimony. If necessary, if there are still concerns by the public, I will allow 1 member of the public to be sort of appointed. You folks can get together and appoint someone if you want, to come and respond to only those items brought forth during the applicant's rebuttal period. After this is completed, the public hearing will end and the board will resume the public meeting, at which time we'll deliberate and vote on the application before us. I'd ask that both sides keep their remarks to the subject at hand and not repeat what has already been said. We want to be fair to everyone and make the best possible decision based on the testimony presented and considering all applicable approval criteria established in our Nashua revised ordinances for conditional special use permits, subdivisions, and site plans. I thank everybody at this time for their interest and courteous attention. And I also ask if you do have a cell phone that you go ahead and put on vibrate or on silent at this time. Okay. So I'm going to start with old business conditional special use permits, there are none. Old business subdivision plans, there are none. Old business site plans, there are none. I'm going to move down to other business, case number 2, to hear that case first, due to some schedule things with a few of the folks that are presenting. So that's going to be a referral from the Committee on Infrastructure for a petition to release the facade easement. This was postponed from an August 8th, 2019 meeting. This is not an application, right, Linda, so there's no
No.
jurisdiction. So we've got an attorney here to talk on it for us.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. My name is Andy Perlman. I'm an attorney with Prunier and Perlman here in Nashua, and I'm here on behalf of Alamac Properties, Limited Liability Company, owner of 452 Amherst Street, which houses the Country Tavern restaurant. Before you is a request for a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen on our petition to release the facade easement. With me tonight is Camille Labos, one of the owners of the property, one of the owners of Alamac Properties, LLC. Lisa Massoff is here, our historic consultant, should the board have any questions about her report that has been submitted to you folks. Also with us tonight is Tim Cummings, Economic Development Director. You have his memo that was issued earlier this afternoon about an agreement that we have with the city. Very brief history. In 1982, when the then owners were requesting a variance to convert the house to a restaurant, that variance was given on the condition that a facade easement be granted to maintain the look of the Country Tavern, the look of the house on Amherst Street at that time. Fast forward a couple of owners into 2019. The current owners are looking to sell the property, looking to market the property, but we find that because of this facade easement, which says you have to maintain the look of that house, it really really restricts the nature of the property, restricts any potential sale, and it really prevents any future use of the property. So we have petitioned the Board of Aldermen, and we are making our way through this process. The recommendation is to you folks. We go to infrastructure later this month. I'm also working with the Historic District Commission, even though it's out of their jurisdiction, just out of courtesy, we're talking to these folks as well. The property, as the information that we provided to you, really has little to no historic value. You should have in your packets the determination of eligibility from the New Hampshire Historic Resources, which on 2 occasions found that the site is not eligible for the National Federal Historic Register. Lisa Massoff's report gets into that a little bit deeper and gives you some history of the property, and again, she's here to answer any questions. Over the past few weeks, we've been working very closely with the mayor's office, and we have come up with an agreement that we think works for both parties. And in Tim Cummings' memo, again, Tim is here as well, you can see the outline of the terms of that agreement. There's a significant contribution to the city. Some city staff had some concern about beams and hinges and other artifacts that may be in the building, and so the city is going to have exclusive salvage rights. We're going to try to maintain the old mature trees that are on the site, all in exchange for the release of the facade easement. So that's my brief overview, and we can answer any questions that the board may have. But again, we're looking for your positive recommendation back to the Board of Aldermen. And again, Ms. Massoff is here to answer any questions. Is really the driver of that report.
Oh, thanks. Can you tell me, when was the easement initiated?
There were zoning board hearings in late 1981, and the facade easement itself was recorded in 1982.
Okay.
And the facade easement really says that the owner has to maintain the look of the existing building, which they have done for, that many years. But again, today, they've had a couple people look at the building, they're interested, but it really prevents any marketing or any potential use of the property.
Okay. Other questions for the attorney from the board? Mr. Weber?
I think I touched on this last time, but I just want to make sure that it's in there. This had a lot of history, and I'm going to be part of the historical when you come before that. But would there be a way to have a plaque or something that is maybe on the front, may not be able to put it on the front because of the business that's going in there, but some way so that they can refer to it and find out from there, go into the Historical District Society or something that can talk about all the history? Because there was a lot of history on
Sure,
this
yeah.
area.
We could certainly commit to that. We could document it and perhaps come up with some language, like a small plaque, and put it on the building, or do something to that effect. I will certainly look into that and give it my all, but.
I'm not committing that you have to
Yeah.
do this.
No, but it's worth, you'd mentioned that at the historic, and, we can, we will commit to looking, giving that a good hard look.
Any other questions for the attorney before Director Cummings comes up?
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Tim Cummings, Director of Economic Development. I just wanted to echo the comments that were just made by Attorney Perlman and say that, my office, I'd be more than happy to, on behalf of the city, to work through that type of concept about some signage. I'd want to talk to DPW to see where placement might be appropriate for that, maybe doing it in the right of way. Obviously, it couldn't affect sight lines or whatnot, but it might be a nice thing that we could do, and I'd be more than happy to do
Okay.
that.
You can forward that when you bring it, just bring that up at the HDC.
No problem.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Cummings? No? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board at this point? At this point, I'd ask, is anybody in the audience wishing to provide any input or ask any questions regarding this matter? Not sure what exactly everybody's here for, so.
They're just looking for a favorable or unfavorable
Right,
recommendation.
okay. Okay, so hearing none, I think we're all set. So, anybody willing to make a motion or have any discussion items? So our sort of role in this is to make a motion as to a favorable or potentially unfavorable recommendation to move this forward to the Board of Aldermen, so.
I'll make a
Mr. Weber?
motion to give a favorable recommendation.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Weber to make a favorable recommendation with regard to the petition to release of facade easement and other business case number 2. Do we have a second on that? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Abstentions? None? That motion passes. Thanks, okay. You too. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to new business conditional special use permits, case number 1. And we're gonna hear this case along with case number 6, which is the associated site plan. So case number 1 is Wilmar LLC owner, Weston Associates applicant, application and acceptance of proposed conditional use permit to allow for proposed 5-story climate-controlled self-storage building. This property is located at 4 Blackstone Drive. This was previously postponed from an August 8th, 2019 meeting. So I'm gonna first ask the board whether or not case number 1, the conditional special use permit, is been reviewed and ready for us to take jurisdiction.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Mr. Peterson to take jurisdiction on case number 1, conditional special use permit. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That motion passes. I'd ask too if someone can make a motion regarding case number 6, the site plan for the same owner, same location.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Mr. Peterson to accept that application into jurisdiction. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That motion passes. Okay, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members
Let's
of the
go
board.
first with the conditional special use permit, if you could.
That's what you'd like me to address first?
Let's do that first, yep.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Chris Rice with TF Moran. I'm here tonight with Jerry Prunier from Prunier and Perlman, who is legal representation for the project, David McKay from West End Associates, who is the applicant, and Brian Redonance, who is from Coastal Architects, who's the architect for the project.
Okay.
So as was mentioned, the project does require a conditional use permit per the recently passed ordinance, which was 0-18-033. Self-storage facilities are permitted in the general business zone per conditional use permit. Would you like me to read through the criteria, Mr. Chairman? I have submitted the application. I need a full agenda, so I'm happy to go either way.
Yeah, why don't we let's do the criteria for this one.
Okay. Number 1, the building structure or use is specifically authorized by the use matrix. Per the amended land use code, it is permitted by conditional use permit. And I am shortening these just for the board's
That's fine,
and
yeah, I just
public's time, but if
figured-
you need more information, please let me know and I'll be happy to
Nope,
expand.
that's fine, you can definitely do that.
Number 2, if completed, the development in its proposed location will comply with all requirements of this article with specific conditions or standards established in this chapter. We believe that the development complies with all the requirements and specific conditions.
Okay.
Number 3, the building structure or use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. We don't believe that it will. We have provided architectural plans, and I'll go through the site plan shortly.
Yep.
Number 4, the building structure or use will not substantially devalue abutting property. We don't believe that it will. We have an existing landscape buffer around the northern and westerly sidelines. On the east, we have the existing Blackstone Drive, and to the south is Route 101A. Number 5, the building structure or use will be compatible with the neighborhood and adjoining abutting uses. We believe that it will be. This is somewhat of a transitional area, given that we abut commercial uses to the west and to the east. To the south, we abut Round Pond and the former Southern New Hampshire University building, and to the north are some residential apartments, as well as to the northeast, which I'll go through again when I get to the aerial plan as part of the site plan application. The building structure use will not have substantial adverse impact on highways or pedestrian safety. It's a very low traffic generator, what's being proposed. We submitted a traffic memorandum as part of our application, again, which I'll touch on and give more details on as part of the site plan application presentation.
Okay.
Number 7, the building structure or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on the natural and environmental resources of the city. We don't believe that it will. The portion of the lot that we're proposing the building already has, basically, it's all existing pavement now. And there are existing utility services to the property. Number 8, adequate public utilities and community facilities are available to the property. Again, as I just mentioned, there's existing water, sewer, gas, electric, telephone, cable, and the existing roadway network is more than adequate to handle the traffic from this proposed development. And number 9, that the use of on-street parking in the downtown zoning districts is consistent or compatible with the existing use. This one's not applicable to this particular project, as we're not in the downtown zoning district.
Great, okay, thanks.
Would you like me to go on to the site plan application or wait for?
Yep, go ahead, let's present the site plan application as well, yep.
Okay. As I mentioned, we're here tonight on behalf of West End Associates for the property located at 4 Blackstone Drive, which is owned by Wilmar LLC. The property, as you'll see on the aerial, which is, I'll just outline it for the people at home here in red. It's approximately 3.1 acres. It's located in the general business zoning district. The property currently has access here off of Blackstone Drive, which is at a signalized intersection with Route 101A, and there's an existing right-in, right-out curb cut here, which more serviced the existing vacant building, which was Hybrid Auto, which is an auto dealership which remains on the property but is currently vacant. As I mentioned, we're bordered to the north by residential properties, to the east and west by commercial buildings, and to the south by a commercial building and Round Pond. The existing pavement in this location where we border the residential properties. We're approximately 25 feet from the northern property line and approximately 24 feet from the westerly property line. The applicant is here tonight to seek conditional site plan approval to allow for construction of a 5-story climate-controlled self-storage facility with associated access parking and site improvements as shown on the color-up site plan that I've shown. Again, the existing building on the southerly portion of the lot is going to remain vacant at this time. However, it is anticipated that that would be developed at a later date, at which time we'll come before the board with those plans. I mention that only because there have been thoughts put into the location of this building as well as the future development of the southerly portion of the lot. And during the preliminary meetings with staff and HDOT, we were made aware that there are future widening plans for Route 101A. And given that Round Pond is approximately here on the map, all the widening is going to happen in front of our site for that roadway improvement. So they've requested, or we've allotted for a 30-foot future taking, which kind of pushed everything a little further back on our site. The proposed building itself has a footprint of approximately 24,000 square feet. It's got a total gross floor area of about 121,000 square feet when you include all 5 stories. The hours of operation are intended to be 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We've provided 25 parking spaces along with 2 loading zones and a turnaround area that we'd worked out with the fire department. The site will be serviced by municipal sewer water along with gas service, electrical and telephone service. For stormwater, there's 2 existing infiltration basins on site, one approximately here and one approximately here. Those will both remain. And then in addition to that, we have 2 underground storm tech infiltration systems which will detain, treat, and attenuate stormwater. We've reduced or matched the peak rate of runoff for all storm events as part of the application. And we've met all of the City of Nashua's drainage criteria, as well as NHDES alteration of terrain permit criteria, although this project does not require an alteration of terrain permit. And I say that, I'll get to one waiver request that does have to do with drainage, which technically is one item that we don't meet, but I'll get into that in a moment. We've provided a lighting plan as part of the application, as well as a landscaping plan. Briefly, the landscaping plan shows that we're planting approximately 42 trees and 150 shrubs throughout the property. We also submitted a trip generation traffic memorandum as part of the application based on the city's traffic impact project worksheet. This development does not trigger a full traffic study, even if you assume that the front southern portion is still operational. The conclusion of that report was that the self-storage facility at a maximum would generate 24 peak hour trips in the PM weekday period. It'd be 12 trips approximately in the AM peak period. The conclusion was that this is less than 1% of the traffic that currently passes in front of the site, and the impacts will be negligible. I touched on the conditional use permit. Also, as part of the application, we have submitted a couple waiver requests. I'll run through those. The first one is from section 190-198, which deals with off-street parking. Per those requirements, I don't believe that they have a requirement for climate-controlled self-storage facilities, but if you go based on cold storage, which I believe is more intended for more of a warehouse setup, it requires 129 parking spaces. We've provided 25. Again, the operator thinks that's more than adequate for their needs based on similar facilities that they have. The second waiver is from section 190-15D, part 5, which is an interpretation of table 15-1. That requires a 40-foot buffer from residential properties, again, to the north here and to the west. The west side is more bordering auto collision, but along the north side, we do have the residential apartment buildings in this location. Currently, there's existing pavement in that area. We're not really expanding the pavement too much. There's a little bit, right now, again, the pavement is within 25 feet of the property line along this side and 24 feet on this side. We maintain that 24 feet on this side, and on this side, we increased it to 27 feet at one end, but at this pinch point in the corner, it does reduce down to 16 feet, 16.7 feet. Again, it's important to note that the reason that this thing had to be pushed back was to accommodate the future taking that DOT is proposing. And we have added additional landscaping in that area. I've also handed out a couple photos of that rear lot line. I'll flip to them here for you people at home to just show the existing vegetation along the back side. We don't anticipate that there to be a lot of tree clearing on our side of the property. The side we're looking at
Oh,
here.
you need the
Grab the
microphone.
mic, yeah.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, as you can see from this photo, what we're looking at, the left-hand side is really the side that borders the collision center. You can kind of see through the trees just above the car. That is the start of the apartment complex building. And then if you flip to the second page, this is more standing along with your back to auto collision, and the fence line along the left-hand side here, the apartment building is tucked behind those trees there. The next waiver that we were requesting was from section 190-15D, part 5, which states that self-storage facilities must be 200 feet from the city right-of-way, and that all storage bay doors shall be screened from view from adjacent streets. There is a provision, though, that states that the 200-foot setback on non-arterial right-of-ways may be waived by the planning board. Blackstone Drive is a non-arterial right-of-way. We're about 140 feet from the roadway in this location, and we're approximately 280 feet from Route 101A. The fourth waiver request is section 190-215B, which deals with post-development peak discharge rates. Again, we've added treatment and we've reduced the peak rate of runoff. The only area that we have a negligible increase is right here at this existing right-in, right-out entrance. We did have to widen that a little bit because I think it's only a 12-foot wide driveway now. So to help accommodate emergency vehicles and truck traffic, we widened that a little bit. But that small little strip of added pavement technically shows a negligible increase when you run the drainage calculations of 0.1 CFS. The fifth waiver request is from section 190-209A-1, which deals with minimum and maximum curb cuts. The maximum allowed is 26 feet, and we do exceed that. We have, for the same reason as down here, we have widened this curb cut to accommodate for tractor trailers as well as fire truck movements. The existing access that's there does not accommodate that. And we have also shown to help, mainly our driveway meets all the requirements except where your radius flare points are kind of tying into Blackstone Drive, and we have a concrete apron outside of that to help with the truck tires going outside that edge. Waiver number 6 is from section 190-215G. That states that there's a requirement to try to reduce impervious by 20% when you're doing redevelopment sites. We were not able to do that with this property, given that most of the property it's already developed with the front portion and the rear portion. We're not really adding a lot of impervious, with the exception of this tie-in here, which we had discussed again with the fire department, that gives them a second way out to get to Route 101A should they ever need it. And we had received review comments from the city's review engineer. We had addressed all those comments and submitted revised plans. We're still waiting to hear on those revised plans, but I had mentioned to staff that we're happy to work with staff and the city engineer to resolve any outstanding items that may come up. There are a few additional waivers, which I'll just have the architect touch on in a minute, that deal with the architectural plan. Overall, we feel this is a good use for the property, again, where we're bordered by commercial and residential uses. This use is pretty commensurate, given that it's not noisy, it's not a high traffic generator, there's not a lot of activity, and with that, I'd just like to thank staff. Linda and Carter and her team are always a pleasure to work with, and I thank them for helping us through the process. And I'll turn it over to Brian really quickly to just touch on the architectural plans, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
All right, thanks.
Good evening. Tonight, we have basically
Just name and
Brian
add.
Radonitz, Coastal Architects, representing Weston Associates.
Thanks.
So we've worked with the planning board on this, and they've come up with a number of waivers that we needed. We've accommodated several of those, and which only leaves 2 remaining. One of those is to do with the facade, and that's code number 190-172B under facades. And it states, facades exceeding 150 feet in length, measured horizontally, shall incorporate wall plan projections or recesses having a depth of at least 3% of the length of the facade and extending at least 20% of the length of the facade. So when you look at that, our facade is 205 feet long on this front facing Amherst Street, okay? 205 feet long. So if we, a 3% projection would be about 6 feet 2 inches and would extend about 41 feet in length. I think you're going to draw more attention to the building if you did that than if you did what we're trying to do here. And what we're trying to do is meet the intent of the code. The intent is to the intent is to reduce the massive scale of large buildings, which without application of these standards would be incomparable with the city's desired character. These standards also are intended to ensure buildings incorporate architectural features and patterns that provide visual interest at the pedestrian scale and reduce the massive aesthetic effects and reflect the local character. We worked with the planning board on this. We changed our colors, to start with, we changed our color scheme. We had a red and black and anodized aluminum scheme. We've toned that down to earth tones now, and I submitted a color board, I think maybe you folks saw it, to the planning board, which introduces greens and browns, and we still had an anodized aluminum, but would you like me to pass that around?
Thanks.
So this facade on the left-hand sheet is basically one side of the entrance. And you can see, obviously, we have a lot of green that was substituted from red. And on the right-hand side, those bays, if you will, that faces the residential end. So we've toned it down. There's also approximately 60 feet of trees between our building and the residential buildings. So, and they're approximately 40 feet deep. So you've got a natural barrier there to start with, and behind that is our building, which will be proposed to be green. It's called forest green. And then we got anodized aluminum, which is a pretty standard, clean-looking color. And the anodized aluminum is this panel on the top and the verticals. And the brown is this, where it says storage right here. That facade is brown. So I think we're meeting the intent of the code with this, with the color schemes. So that was, we've worked with the planning board on that, and I think they're pleased with it. I've heard nothing negative back. And so moving back to the other issue, which is the relief on the building. Instead of pushing the building out 6 feet and extending some sort of character thing 40 feet long, what we chose to do here is to vary it up. We've got 4 different color schemes, 4 different materials on 4 different colors on that building, all in aluminum or metal panel. So I think we've done a pretty good job of making that, playing it down architecturally, making it interesting, and what you can't see is the other elevation, which isn't up there.
We can see them on the TVs, yeah.
Yes. So if you
Use the table on your right, you said.
Oh, you can point the stuff on there, yeah.
Microphone.
You need your microphone.
Thanks.
So this facade, the west facade that faces Amherst Street, that has what we allude to be office building windows. So we put metal panels on there that are not, they're not black. It's hard on this scheme to really show the true color. But they look like windows. They're all marched along. They're like, so they look like windows in a typical office building. So that occurs. So from Amherst Street, if you look back on this, you might think that that's an office building.
What material is that? Black
It's
color?
galvanized metal.
Galvanized metal. And it's in alignment with the aluminum color? There's no relief on the black, between the black and the
There
aluminum?
is
There's-
relief, yeah. We've got 6 inches of relief, so
Okay.
it steps in and out. And you can see, you can kind of see the modules that we're using at, I believe they're about 35 feet in length between the verticals.
The
So,
black relief's into the building?
correct,
Okay.
that's right. And we think it does a good job of taking your eye, breaking down the building, taking your eye away from what is a large building, and making it look more like a traditional office building.
Is the lighter color, does that have a finish on it, or it's just aluminum?
Which?
The lighter color that I'm seeing on the building.
Oh, yeah.
Does it have a finish on it,
You're
or?
looking at that one, right there?
No,
That's
just the lighter color,
Oh,
like, in general on the building.
anodized aluminum,
Okay,
yeah, it's just a natural aluminum.
okay, that's what I was wondering.
But while I'm at it, that area right there that I have my pointer on, that is glass. So we show 4 levels of glass into the building.
Okay.
So tonight, you know, we think this is much more attractive than pushing and pulling the building 6 feet and introducing longer sections of massing, if you will, that would, I think draw your eye more to the building than what we're doing with color. The other thing I might mention is that up in the upper areas, these are parapet walls. They're meant to hide HVAC equipment. They're 5.5 feet tall above the roof, and they wrap around the corners on the ends, so that the placement of the HVAC equipment will be concealed.
Okay. Questions from the board? Does anybody else from the applicant want to come up and present before we get into questions, or?
No, Mr. Chairman, we're ready for questions or comments.
Okay, all right. All right, so, questions from the board for either the architect or the civil engineer at this point? Mr. Weber?
Yes. The underground utilities, the underground storm tech,
Yes.
after that's built, are you gonna have be looked at or checked to make sure it's done properly?
Yes, we'll inspect it during installation, and there is a maintenance plan that's been submitted as part of that.
Okay. Also, on the lighting plan, the lights that are attached to the building, the W3s, will those in any way splash onto the neighborhood?
Double check the photometrics. I do not believe that they do, and the lights are not mounted high on the building. I think they're 12 feet or
16
16
feet.
feet max.
Oh.
12 feet?
I thought it said 16.
I'm just gonna double check, but I believe all the light levels end before the property. They go down to 0 well before the property line.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 0.0. We have a 0.1 foot candles at the northerly property
I
line.
just wanted to make sure that the neighbors, because you have a lot of neighbors, you know,
Yes,
the
we-
residents, that they look out their window and they don't see a light.
Right, and that's why we didn't propose any pole-mounted lights in the back, and the building lights, as we mentioned, are mounted at 12 feet, so they're very low.
Well, they're
There's no
actually on
lighting
your
above
plan,
that.
as long as they're not, it says 16, but it's okay. I don't see a dumpster. Are you gonna have a dumpster?
We may add one, and if we do, it'll be within the areas that we currently have for impervious area. The operator's still looking at if it's just gonna be all on the individual tenants to take it off-site, or if we do add a dumpster, it will have a dumpster enclosure and be fully screened.
Thank you. And that's it.
Other questions for the applicant and the board? Mr. Ballinger?
Was there any indication from either state or city officials as to when the widening project would occur?
I believe it was in the, and they don't have a definitive timeline, but I'm going by memory, I believe it was in the 2023, 2025 timeline.
Have they actually started the right-of-way acquisition process with the parcel of interest, or?
I'm not sure, it was just brought up to us at our very intro meeting with staff. I think DOT I can't remember if they attended the first meeting we had with staff, because I had a meeting with Wayne Husband, and I believe he invited people from DOT to discuss that very issue. So they're starting to think about it. It might be that we're the first project where they said, oh, we know we're gonna need it in this area. Because again, where we border Round Pond, as you get to either side of our site, it allows for a more even split of the widening, but they can only go one way on this side of the road, so it really impacts our property the most.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Dukran?
follow up on that question, Mr. Rice. We have looked at this widening project for a long time. It was with the city at one point in time. And so you're saying that's the reason why the building's been pushed back as far as it is, as far as you propose. 30 feet, that's what they're asking for. And I couldn't tell on the plan what that means, but if you look at pushing back 30 feet, not necessarily the road, the roadway and sidewalk, what have you, what they need, maybe some extra strip beyond the sidewalk. If you walk towards the east and you have that multi-story building, do you think they can transition a road widening of such width through that abutting building? Across Blackstone Drive, there is that glass green
That's
building.
close to the.
Yeah, again, I haven't seen their plans. It's all been very vague. I don't think they have anything drawn on paper, but that was what we were asked to try to provide if we could. So we set up our master plan, and I say that including what we intended to develop on the southern portion of the lot. Originally, we had everything kind of shifted a little bit more towards Route 101A, and then when the discussions with DOT started, we said, okay, we might as well plan for this now so that we don't build the second phase and then have to tear something down because they're widening the road. So we were trying to work together to accommodate future plans.
I'm sure that's,
Where the transition occurs, I'm not where they start to taper either end, I'm not exactly sure, but I think Round Pond ends right about here. So depending on how drastic they want to take that turn down or taper in, right about here, I think, is where they could start to taper. Round Pond's you can see it on this map, it kind of bubbles out right here. Here's Blackstone Drive, so that's the signal location right there. So you can see the pond starts to pull away right there, but whether they taper in like this or pull it further in, we haven't been told.
it appears that'll be quite drastic. It'll be like a bend, on the road. On a
It
road
is,
that-
and I don't think it's not that they're going to need the full 30 feet of pavement. They just wanted us to accommodate that for any slope transitions they may need, any drainage facilities they may need. So again, we just tried to accommodate their request and revise our plans accordingly.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping it's not an unnecessary impact on your property. But that being said, so your owner is making a commitment that they will grant that right-of-way.
Excuse me, Mr. Dukran. For the record, my name is Gerald Prunier. I'm an attorney with Prunier and Perlman, 20 Trafalgar Square, Nashua. What is your question? You have to be very careful of this, because the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that if you try to take land without payment, the city gets very liable. What we've tried to do here is make our development on the site, and that's why we have a few requests. We had to push the building back, and we tried to work with it. We've tried to stay away from the fact of the 30 feet that we've provided in the front part that we're going to accommodate with our second phase, which we'll be here in a few months with before the board, because the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, not the New Hampshire's, U.S. Supreme Court says you can't ask a developer to give land for nothing for the development of the city. So I'm trying to stay away from doing that. So for the record, let's just try and stay away from doing that, of asking the developer to give land.
Mr. Prunier, Attorney Prunier, jumping the gun here. All I'm asking is there a commitment?
Is what?
I'm asking if there's a commitment that there's going to be willingness from the owner to grant the land.
See, I just told you not to do that.
We're not talking about money.
I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman, if that's what he wants to do, I want it clearly on the record, in the minutes of this meeting, that the city engineer asked about a donation by the developer, which is by the U.S. Supreme Court, clearly says, you can't do that. And we've tried to avoid doing that. We've tried to push everything in our site back so that we wouldn't make the state have to take some buildings or other developments in the front part of the site. And Mr. Dukran, I'm surprised that you would even try to make that thing, because it is a clear law in the development that you can't do that. So I'm very surprised.
Again, Attorney Prunier,
Very surprised.
don't be surprised. I think you not understand my question. My question.
I do understand your question.
You don't.
You want a donation.
I haven't even mentioned that. I've talked about willingness.
Well,
I know the process, the Uniform Relocation Act.
We're trying to cooperate with the city and the state in making
All I'm
not a
asking
problem
is,
with development on the site.
we've gone down this road before. And what I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying. If you take a minute to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When it comes to the time of obtaining the land through the eminent domain process, which you'll be compensated for your land fairly because of that act that you speak of, will there be any objection? Because what we've seen before is that we go to promise here that you can do with whatever you're doing today, and then you want to do something else in the front of the property, and which will be a problem for the future widening project. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about payment or not.
Let me answer your question. If it's an objection, there can be no objection on eminent domain. They just take it. Now, they have to make just compensation, but they take it. So objection, what objection can you have? They're taking it.
Mr. Prunier,
But what we've tried to do is to try to make it easier by not putting any development in that thing, even including the first phase that will come out in the front. We've put the sizing of that development so that it's not going to affect those 30 feet.
right, right now, I think we're not looking, I mean, there's essentially, this site plan doesn't address any development on that front part anyway.
No, that's.
So I think maybe that's
I just
something
wanted to
for
make-
another discussion.
Right.
You're right, Mr.
Understanding that
Chairman.
we have another site plan expected for that
Absolutely right,
area.
absolutely right.
So maybe we talk
will
about
be
that
back
then.
before you, that will affect that
Certainly-
front piece a little bit
Certainly, I
more.
wouldn't be here for that other discussion. But the reason why I brought up the other property, because when we were moving forward and having discussions with that other property, they wanted full taking of that property. It was the whole thing or nothing. And I don't want us to go down this road where we are giving waivers and allowing this particular proposal the way it is, with the intention that they are going to work with the state when it comes to the right-of-way taking.
Agreed, but I don't think we've given any waivers anyway yet.
That's
So,
right. So I just want to make this clear to the board, that some of the requests that we've made is because we're trying to cooperate with the state and the city on the front part of that piece of property. And the second part of that I wanted to bring up was in the staff report, this question about the abutter and an excess easement and so forth. That has been resolved. There's email in the staff's file that indicates that the abutter has no objection to it. Attorney Brad Westgate is here this evening, and if you want him to speak, he'd be glad to tell you that that has been resolved and there's no problem with that.
That's the access to the collision center
Yes,
site?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I do have some questions on the waivers, so I'd like to go through a few of them here, so I'm not sure.
You want to go to our engineer?
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, that would probably be, So I'd like to ask a couple of questions first. One is about the 40-foot buffer. It's Section 190.15 D5. So that interpretation of Table 15.1. So can you explain again, the facility, or the table requires a 40-foot buffer, right? And you're looking for, that buffer is on your site per Table 15.
Correct. My understanding of that buffer, Mr. Chairman, is that it's intended that there would be 40 feet of buffer from the property line, which is this red line on the plan, to the closest amount of impervious surface or development on the
Just
property.
stay close to the
Or
mic
development
here.
on the property.
Yeah, so explain how much buffer you have.
So at the pinch
Start-
point
Start in upper right, like over there.
on the upper
back.
right,
Yep.
up in this area here, it's about 27 feet, 27.1, and it tapers down to just under 17 feet at this corner.
Okay,
And then on this side, it holds at 24 feet approximately, 23.8, which is basically right where the existing edge of pavement is today. So there's really no impact on this side. On this side, you're losing, I don't know, 8 feet of what currently exists just at that one little corner.
okay.
And again, I think the intent of the regulation is to provide for a vegetated buffer between the two properties. As you can see from the aerial plan in this instance, the distance right now from the edge of pavement to that existing residential building is a little over 42 feet. It's about 42, 43 feet from the edge of the pavement to the building. And on this side, it's a little bit greater, and then it tapers out more over in this corner. So a lot of the vegetation that's there will remain.
But that's on the.
That's on their property. Yeah, that's on their property. Our property line kind of almost runs, kind of if you split between the trees. I know it's difficult to see on the scale of the aerial.
Yeah.
It's a little bit close. More of the trees are on their property than ours, I guess is what I'm getting at.
So, on the Amherst Street side of the facility, you have a bunch of those are parking spaces, or? along the front?
Down in this location?
Right along the Amherst Street side of the building.
Right here.
there, yeah.
Yeah, there are parking spaces up against the building, and then this is the drive aisle, the two-way drive aisle down in front, which also provides the access easement that was just referred to by Jerry to the abutting property.
Right. So those parking spaces, I mean, if those weren't there, could you pull that building forward and get 40 feet on the backside of your property?
You'd be close. I don't think you could pull the building all the way down. If you just look at shifting at that corner would then start impacting the movement to get around this corner. And we're restricted there because of the existing tie-in at this location.
So you'd have to shift it.
So we'd be able to shift it down a little bit. We'd probably have to shift it a little bit to the right as well.
And what's the impact of doing that, shifting it down and to the right?
We've provided 25 parking spaces, and that is about 16 of them, I believe. So we'd be down to 9 parking spaces if we got rid of that parking aisle.
Right. And what's in the, so you have parking spaces along the Blackstone side, up against the property line?
Right here, correct. There's 9 parking spaces here, 2, a loading space, and then a striped out turnaround area for the fire department.
Okay,
And there's a second loading zone here adjacent to the building.
right, that's a loading area, yeah.
We've tried to keep everything as we can, as far away from the residences as possible, the main entrance of the building, where the cars would park, and we've added landscaping in that corner to the extent possible. And as you can see, again, from the photos that I supplied, there's a pretty healthy vegetated buffer there where the trees, I'd say, are in excess of 60 feet tall.
And what's on the property line itself, is there any fencing back? I mean, I know there's fencing now, it's kind of, that's coming out?
How well the public can see this, you might be able to see this.
Grab your mic.
There's an existing fence here.
Just grab your mic.
Mic.
Grab your mic real
Mic.
quick.
Sorry.
Thanks, that's okay.
As you can see along that side, there is an existing fence, and it looks like the fabric has kind of been ripped and is flailing around, but our intent is to take that fence down.
But there would be no more fencing
No more fencing.
on either
Correct.
side? Okay. All right, so you, for the waiver regarding redevelopment, and essentially for increasing green space for all practical purposes. So you're going up versus going down.
Correct.
How much are you going up exactly?
It's right about 10% from what currently exists. And
And you-
again, a majority of that is
It's the,
this connection aisle between our drive aisle and the existing parking area and exit for the former use.
right, okay. Have you seen any other opportunities on that site to increase or
Decrease impervious
decrease
surface.
impervious?
Well, we can take a closer look. I mean, we've provided what we believe is the minimum parking that we would need, so we wouldn't be losing any parking spaces. I don't think we've got a lot of large turning radiuses, and the expansive corner of pavement here was really per discussions with the fire department, so they had a turnaround area. So we'll take another look, but I think we've reduced it almost to the extent possible.
Right,
And again, most of this area, if you look at, I mean, our edges of pavement are not really changing from what currently exists. The building is kind of sitting within this parking area. There's
right.
no pavement add at this corner, and it kind of shims out by about 5 feet in that corner and just tapers down. So that's really the additional pavement there, and then that connection.
How many square feet would be a 20% reduction?
I'd have to do some quick math, I think.
Ballpark,
Well,
10,000?
if the lot's,
What's the
the
lot?
lot's 3 acres, so that's, say 100, well, I'll just round numbers, say 130,000
yeah.
square feet. The site is probably 70% impervious now, would be my guess, so, it's at 24,000 square feet
Yeah.
of open space, and so to drop it 10%, you'd be looking at 2,400 square feet, which would probably be about 10 parking spaces, 11 parking spaces,
Yeah,
which is a substantial amount, given what we're providing right now. If my math is off, I apologize, I'm doing all in my head
no, I
really
get
quickly,
it,
but.
I get it. I mean, I'll be honest, what I'm getting at is, you know, I mean, if this building were 4 feet shorter, would you get there?
No, no.
How much shorter would it have to be?
Well, if I'm guessing 30 feet shorter, maybe? 25 feet, 20 feet shorter? 20 by,
In the short dimension,
it'd be, yeah, probably 25 feet, just rough math really
in the
quick.
short dimension, yeah.
Yeah, because the frontage is obviously longer. The frontage is
Right.
220 and the building's 110 deep, so, 25 feet would be about 2,500 square feet,
Yeah.
roughly, of floor area.
All right, talked about the facade stuff. I guess that's the only questions I have right now. Is Mr. Weber? Yeah.
Thank you. What is your hours of operation?
I believe they were 7 AM to 8 PM is what's anticipated.
Okay. And trailer trucks,
Yes.
what, is there,
Is there a time restriction for them?
Right.
I'm not aware of one. They'd be restricted to the hours of operation.
okay, that's the main point, is I don't think any of your neighbors want to have a trailer truck.
No, and we don't want trucks idling out there either. I mean, we've accommodated for a tractor-trailer truck and emergency vehicles to get around the site, but we don't anticipate a lot of them. Most of the people show up in their pickups or, family vehicles to drop off, pick up stuff. Every once in a while, you might have somebody with a small trailer they're towing behind, but we don't anticipate a lot of tractor-trailer deliveries.
Okay.
But we want to accommodate for the movements, for this use and for the future use, so they have access to get through both pieces, essentially.
When you state cold storage, what is typically going to be put in cold storage? Typically, what people?
Oh, in cold storage? Well, this is climate controlled. Cold
Yeah.
storage was what I believe is what the parking regulation that most closely matched what we were proposing. So I think cold storage is just general
Just a term.
warehouse building, but it doesn't have to be heated or air conditioned. This is a climate controlled facility, so don't quote me, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I can let them speak to it a little bit more in detail.
Okay.
But it's more if you're storing like art goods that really
Okay, great.
temperature can affect things,
Okay.
things like that.
Thank you.
Can you explain the, sort of how the building functions? Like if I show up there and I want to bring something into storage, what's the motions on the site? How do I get in?
Yeah, I'll let Brian correct me if I'm incorrect, just for the purposes of time, but there's only one entrance into the building, which is at this corner. There's, I think, an emergency egress door in this back corner, but everybody would enter through this door. There's no bay doors or opening doors anywhere else along the side of the building. So I believe that you would go into the main office area. I think there's a front desk there, somebody would check in, and then there's an elevator up to whatever floor that you would need to get to store your goods.
Do you drive in to the building?
Not drive in.
It's not a drive-in?
Correct.
no? So it's a loading dock or a ground level?
Ground level entrance, you can wheel stuff in,
Okay.
but yeah, there's no loading dock or recessed dock or anything.
Okay. What about outside storage?
I don't believe any is being proposed. We haven't shown any outdoor storage areas. Again, the only impervious areas around our building are really for vehicular parking, loading, and
Sure.
access.
But you'd be willing to have a stipulation of no outside storage?
Yep, yes, we would. We can add that note to the final plans.
Any other questions for the board of the applicant, Mr. Dukran?
One quick question. As you went down the criteria for the conditional use permit, I heard you more often than not say that you believe such and such. So, sounds like you really didn't use any quantification. But in particular, I'm asking about, the criteria talks about property devaluing and compatibility buildings. The architect did go through, his presentation, and it sounded like it's going to be a rather well-presented building when done, but what led you to believe that the buildings are really compatible and there will be no substantial devaluation of abutting property?
Well, mainly, again, right now it's an existing parking lot. It's an existing commercial lot in the general business zone, so it's got a wide range of uses that could be proposed on the site adjacent to a residential facility. So the point I was making is that if you had to pick a use to abut a residential facility, I don't know that you could get one more, lack of a better term, benign than this one. As I mentioned, it's almost no traffic, there's no light, there's no noise really, there's not a lot of frequent activity. If you put a commercial development in the back where you could have a lot of traffic, a lot of lights at night, parking lot lighting, noise, things of that nature. So that was my point with that statement. And the other piece was, we've submitted all the application materials. I haven't received any negative feedback or otherwise relative to anything we've provided. So it's my understanding that we've met all the criteria. I haven't been made aware otherwise. That was my only point with that.
Fair enough.
I had one more quick question on the screening. I know that there's parapets on the front for screening of rooftop AC units or, whatever noise-producing equipment. Would you be, I would like to see actually screening on the backside for acoustic purposes towards that residential neighborhood. Is that something that is going to be acceptable to the applicant?
Yes, it sounds like we can add screening to buffer the noise and any visual impacts from the rear.
Yeah, I would say, both visual and acoustic.
Okay, and we've got them up at the.
You got to just say your name and.
Yeah, Brian Rodonitz, Coastal Architects. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think it'll work very well on this building. So right now we have it on the Amherst Street side. You're saying put it on the other side as well?
Yeah, I'm more concerned about, there is especially in the winter, a visual connection between the residential area and this site, and there's obviously an acoustic connection, so.
I think what's important is to put what I'd like to propose is that we put the mechanical equipment, behind the parapets, so we don't have to add anything more that would impact the residential side. 'Cause if we, on the right-hand, yeah, that, no.
Yeah, I
yes,
just
that-
can't tell from are your parapets essentially only screening from the Amherst side?
Correct.
I'd want to screen from the actual backside too.
You-
Visual from the residential to the building.
Even if there's no equipment in it?
Well, no, if there is equipment
Yeah.
visible, you know, and indirect,
Absolutely,
Fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
That works well.
yeah.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Okay, and at this time, all right, at this point in time, I'd welcome if there's any, one in the audience wishing to speak our opposition and the concern to the plan, just go ahead and come on up. Reminder, when you come up, just make sure you state your name and address real quick for us and speak into the microphone. And, go ahead and,
This is a first for me, so.
okay, make sure you're pretty close to the mic, so thanks.
This is a first for me, so I guess approaching 70 isn't so bad after all. My name is Tara Algrove, and I live at 7 Blackstone Drive, apartment 41. And I think what is the information that I would like to share with you concerns the nature of the neighborhood. Foremost in my mind is the children that are there. A question that I would have for the people who are proposing this is, are they aware of any school buses that come through this area? I would think that they would want to investigate that before proceeding with this, because in the afternoons, that area is flooded with children. And today I saw parents lining up to pick up children in automobiles. So I presume I'm sure I've seen the school bus, but I wouldn't swear it on a stack of Bibles. But I'm thinking that if people are lining up in their cars to pick up children, the children are being dropped off somewhere, and I don't think it's Amherst Street. And there is a roundabout there, if you're familiar with the area.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about. There is a building which is not represented on any of the pictures that I've seen so far, which is building number 5, which, and one length of the building faces Amherst Street. And I have been in building 5 on the top floor. I looked at my unit in there, and I suspect very strongly that building 5 would catch lights coming off of this building. So that's something to think about. I would be concerned about that if I lived in building 5, which I don't. I'm in 7, but that would be a concern. In terms of lights, you talk distances with lights. I don't know what's tall, what isn't tall, but if lights are going to be put on that building, which goes to your question about the residents and lighting, jeepers creepers, with the digital equipment we have today, couldn't we have representation of what the lights are really going to look like for people in building 5? Okay. I would question the people who are building this building and ask them if they know who lives back there in those apartments that we live in. I can tell you who lives back there. We are seniors, we are immigrants, we are families with children. The last thing that those kids see in the morning, I have no children, the last thing that those kids see when they go out that building in the morning is going to be what? When those children turn into Blackstone Drive after working hard at school, they are leaving the concrete busyness of 101A, and they're turning into their homes. It's like a little oasis in there. And so if we're going to change the entrance to what is effectively their driveway, we have to take responsibility for this. These are not, I would bet money, we are not high-income people that are back there. These kids are coming home to a little bit of greenery in the back there, which is so important for them. And that's going to change. So we have to be ready as the adults of Nashua to take the responsibility for that. What is the environment? I heard a gentleman say it's basically an isolated parking lot. Not for the goose that cross the streets from the pond on the other side. The geese and the goslings cross that road to, yes, sun in the parking lot. I'm not saying it should be a parking lot forever, but the point is, this is those children's neighborhoods, and that is going to change. It's something to think about. As a person with no children, if I were a low-income, middle-low-income resident of Nashua, and the places, those units go like hotcakes. I know, because I've been trying to buy one for a long time. They're affordable. People with children can go in there and live safely. The nature of that area will change. If a building like this goes up on that corner, Nashua can make a better choice than this. If a building like this goes up on the corner, it's a detriment to being in that safe environment down back of where you can raise children safely. So yeah, it's an empty parking lot, but it happens to be the last piece of property on our driveway, all of us that live off of Blackstone Drive, and I'm talking of the children particularly. Good God, I'm gonna be dead in a short amount of time. I'm not gonna live forever, but we've got kids there that are still young. And this is what they're gonna, this is the last thing they see when they drive out of the driveway in the morning. So it's not just an empty parking lot. It's a parking lot that's relatively small, and thank God, that very end of Blackstone Drive still has a little bit of a neighborhood feel to it. That would change. I heard the word trailer trucks. Oh, good God in heaven, I hope a trailer truck never turns onto Blackstone Drive, not with the number of kids that we have that live back there. So, we need to take responsibility for the people who live there. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern or have questions? Come on up. Reminder to state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Gene Thomas. I live at 7 Blackstone Drive. And the residential nature of that building complex leads to some issues that were just raised. And one of them that I am aware of are veterans. We have people who are in wheelchairs that use that roadway in and out. It wasn't intended for wheelchairs, but that's how it's being used. The presence of additional traffic, and particularly trucks, could be hazardous. The other thing is that the exposure area of number 5 Blackstone, which is adjacent to the pond that was previously mentioned, is going to see some additional light based on what appears to be, or what I've gathered from the information presented. So one thing that might be worth asking in addition to that, I'm guessing from the context of the conversation that the 2 major building owners in the area, Sequel Property Management and Cityside, have both been consulted regarding this project. It's something that should be considered if not. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan? Please go ahead and come on up. Seeing none, anybody wishing to speak in favor of the plan? Okay, at this point, I'll give the applicant a time to provide some additional information with regard to the concerns expressed by the public. I'd remind there was things regarding sort of children in the area, lights, truck traffic, additional discussions with property owners. Maybe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the abutters for their comments. I guess for the first question, are we aware of any school buses? I'm not aware of the school bus schedule. But again, based on the traffic report that we submitted, it's almost the lowest traffic generator that you can get for proposing a development on the property. So,
Do you have a feel for the number of tractor and trailer
Trailers?
trips per day?
Per day? Oh, I don't think it would be anything per day. I think you're talking on a week or a month basis. It would be, you know, if somebody had a large delivery and they might have to arrange for a delivery. It's not intended to be a daily occurrence, no.
So would, give me an estimate.
1 to 2 a month, maybe?
1 to 2 a month, okay. Duration?
You could have months with none.
Okay. The typical traffic is made up of what kind of vehicles?
Just vehicular passenger vehicles, normal.
Passenger. And what about, how many visits, just so folks can hear it, how many visits per day of a vehicle?
It ranges wildly. I mean, it could be 0 to 5 visits a day, or maybe up to 10 to 20 at a maximum, I think is the range that they're looking at of passenger vehicles that might, and that's throughout the day. That's,
Yeah.
and I don't think, I mean, I've rented a self-storage unit myself in the past, and I don't go during the peak hours of traffic. I don't go between 8 and 9 in the morning, and I don't try to get there between 5 and 6 in the afternoon. I'll usually try to do it on a weekend or late after work one night. This place will be closed by 8 p.m., so maybe I pick something in the 7 p.m. time frame, or midday.
What's the opening hour, I guess?
Right now, it's 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. is what's anticipated. I guess to try to address some of the other comments relative to lighting, I don't think you're going to see any lighting. Again, the building is 60 feet tall. The lights are 12 feet tall, which may be mounted right about where that exit sign is, and they're full cutoff fixtures. I spoke to the owner, and we'll revise or work with the staff to revise the lighting plan to put the backlights either on timers or motion sensors so that they're not on except when they need to be. But there should be no light trespass beyond the property.
So you'd be amenable to motion sensors?
Yep.
Which building is number 5 that they were speaking
I'm
about?
not sure exactly which building. I might have to ask them. I have the aerial plan up here. If they, actually, maybe what I'll do is ask them. And
I used to live at 5 blocks from it, faces Amherst Street, it's like right in front of the pond.
I'm okay if you want to come up or point to it, but just go ahead and state your name and address, because it would be helpful for us to understand what number 5 is.
My name is Marilyn Todd, I live at 4 Greeley Street, and I used to live at 5 Blackstone Drive 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's basically right next to, it's right in front of the pond, it faces Amherst Street. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly
Thanks,
where
I
it is.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
And
So-
as I mentioned, there's a healthy buffer on that side as well, from the roadway to the building. They're full cutoff fixtures, so I don't think you'll see any light trespass.
Do you have issue with lowering the lights? Would you be, obviously, the higher up the light is, the farther you can see it in a visual line of sight. I mean, I think it's 16 is what's on the plan. That's a little high. I
You
mean,
can lower it to 12 and make
would
it
be-
12. I apologize if I misspoke. I thought they
That's
were
okay.
12, but if they're at 16, I apologize. But we'll revise the plan to make it 12 feet.
Any other?
I think the only comments I wrote down, if I missed one, I apologize, relative to the seniors, immigrants, veterans, wheelchairs, and greenery for kids. We're not really proposing to take down a lot of the greenery. Most of it is on their side as it is, and we're not encouraging kids to walk off of Blackstone Drive into the self-storage facility, but we think it'll be a safe site. As I mentioned, it's low generator for use and traffic, and so we don't anticipate there to be a lot of activity associated with that building, so I think it'll be pretty safe for the residents in the surrounding community.
What's the thinking that there's no fence on the perimeter?
Well, the existing
Little
fence right
different
now
than most
is in
of
really
our-
bad shape.
Yeah.
Most self-storage facilities, you'll see
Do have
fences for
one.
security purposes,
Yeah.
but where this building is, there's only one entrance, everything has to go through the front door, there's no exterior bay doors that people can really break into. They have an internal security system to handle that, but they don't feel the need to prevent people from trying to come onto the property.
If the board wants one, are you amenable to one?
Yes.
I'm not saying we are, we have to have a discussion, but. Any other,
I think that was it, unless I missed something.
okay,
Again, we feel that there's not a lot of traffic as a result of this, especially during the peak hours, and I don't anticipate there being an issue with school buses or school children. And again, as you can see from the photos now, it's just a open, kind of degrading parking lot. So I think this will be an improvement. I think the building is going to be a nice thing that you'll catch glimpses of through the foliage, but it's not like you're going to be walking down the street and just seeing the building. We've got the green that's going to kind of blend in with the existing vegetation. The building is a max of 60 feet. The existing trees are 60 to 80 feet. So I think that's it, unless you have any additional questions for me.
I'm gonna ask if there's any, like, because part of our procedure is one person from the public, if they still have a question based on the rebuttal information from the applicant, that'll allow one person to come forward if necessary. You don't need to, obviously. All set. Okay. All right, any other questions from the board? We're still in the hearing here for the staff or for the applicant at this point, while we're in a hearing.
Yeah, one question, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I was wondering if anyone can address, in general terms, this need for storage facilities in the area. Apparently, the city has recognized that need, and last year they amended the ordinance to include this use in general business,
Right.
the general business zone. So, so we're seeing more of these, but I'd like to know, to put it in perspective, why are we seeing such a demand?
Yeah. Is there somebody from the applicant that would want to speak to that? I'm sorry, it's for the applicant. It's about the demand for self-storage in the Nashua area. So, yeah, just come on up and state your name and address for the record, please. Sure.
Hi, my name is Jay Lee from Berkshire Hathaway. I represent Western Associates. I am working on this self-storage for a long time, and then now is everybody's downsizing, and then but also same time, and then they accumulate a lot of valuable goods, and then so they really don't want to sell it or give it away, but also same time they want to preserve, and then so they want to hand it down to their families. That is why the self-storage, climate control self-storage is so in demand. But also this is not just a temperature climate control, but also it's a moisture climate control. So just in case if you get something from antique furniture from your grandmother, you don't want to just put it in a garage and then leave it there. They want to preserve it and then hand it down to their family. That is why this is such demand at this time.
Does that help, Steve?
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the board?
I just have a quick question about the signage. So on the back of the building, will there be any parking allowed? Or will there be signage there that says no parking? I'm just kind of picturing like sometimes like a big moving truck coming in and possibly being there early and idling until the facility opens. Will that be allowed?
I don't believe so. I think they could probably put stuff in the rental agreement or whoever they're working with to prohibit that.
Great, thank you.
Further questions from the board? No? Any questions for staff? No? Just a quick, what is the height ordinance for, do you know off the top of your head for buildings?
There's different heights allowed in each zone.
Right,
So in the GB zone,
yeah. I mean, this is checked against that at least, right?
yes.
Okay.
In the GB zone, you can have a maximum height of 60 feet.
Okay, and that's 60 feet to the top of the roof, or is that the
I think it's to the
projection?
midpoint of the, like the parapet.
Midplane of the
I think it's the
parapet?
midpoint, yeah.
Okay.
It was reviewed by the zoning
It
manager for
was,
height.
yeah, okay. Okay. Thanks. Hearing no other questions from the board, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing and move into the meeting. So we have in front of us, this self-storage facility. You know, we've got quite a few waivers, that are in the mix here. I mean, personally, I think several of them, you know, parking, we've come across the self-storage on several occasions. It doesn't appear to me that the ordinances are up to, the parking guidelines are not necessarily caught up to like the needs of self-storage. I don't see why we'd want hundreds of parking spaces out there myself. And it seems to be opposite to, what we really want to do. I have a little bit of heartburn with the buffer, the lack of buffer on the applicant's site. You know, it's, you know, I can see that the building is, you know, sort of maximizing, but it's sort of maximizing at the, to me, at the, somewhat the detriment of the buffer application. There is obviously buffer off-site, but, anyway, so I need to think about that a little bit on myself. And then the fact that we're redeveloping and we're increasing impermeability is somewhat of a concern for me. But I'd be interested to see what other folks think and what your pros and cons might be here, so. Mr. Weber?
My thought is any of this going, the stormwater going off-site, or is it staying on-site? If it's staying on-site, the impermeability I don't have a problem with, as long as it doesn't go off-site.
Well, I think the stormwater, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, reports are it's not increasing it anyway. So wherever it's going now, it's staying, so. But there is a couple of on-site detention
Right.
basins, but is that accurate, Steve?
That's correct. That's how they reported in this, stormwater analysis.
Right. Other comments, questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Weber?
on your fence,
Yeah.
I think this facility really does need a fence because of the back area that nobody's gonna be around and it's gonna be dark unless somebody activates one of those lights. It's just a magnet for people to come there and do all kinds of things. It should be locked, you know, gated, like the other storage facilities, just for the security of the building, but also not to attract kids in the back or young people or whatever could go on with, and bring it to the neighborhood.
Right.
That's my thought, is that something can come to the neighborhood, but if you fence in all the way around so that people, and it's gated, and it's only open during working hours, I think that secures and makes it a safer neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the fence, like, sort of on the Amherst side, or maybe
No.
even the Blackstone.
sight? Is that?
I was thinking sort of, yeah, well, across the back. I mean, there's one there now, and then across the side that goes to the collision center, essentially where it is now.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of going in front at all.
Yeah,
Just
and-
close it off at the building so that nobody's gonna get in and back there and do stuff that, and bring stuff to the neighborhood that the neighborhood got kids, and you wanna keep that safe.
Well, I guess if you want to see that, you got to be pretty specific
No, I was
about
gonna say-
where you want to see it, like what exactly.
I wouldn't want to see like a white fence either. I'd rather see.
And
Oh,
where.
yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
And what
You wanna be
property
able to
line.
see through it.
So we talked about that. We talked about reducing the light height.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good idea myself.
Agree.
The one thing about that, they will have to re-examine the photometric plan.
Right.
Make sure they have adequate lighting, so you have to add lights at a lower level.
Yeah, I think even as long as they keep the photometric such that the cutoff is still on the property, the reduction in height actually kind of does still help the long
Right. But
vision.
So there are two things that you want to do with a lighting plan.
Yeah, I like,
You want to make sure you have adequate lighting, but you also want to make sure that you have the reduction at the property line.
right,
So they have to re-engineer the plan.
right.
So that should be resubmitted for
That can-
review.
That can be just done with review, I guess,
Yeah.
yep. And then what about screening on the backside for air handling units or anything, if they are?
Definitely, yeah. Because the neighbors, it's not low housing there, they go up a distance. And
Yeah.
they may not be able to see there through the summertime, but like you said, in the wintertime,
Yeah.
that gets cleared out, that could be getting cleared out, and they're gonna see and they're gonna hear those units come on and go off.
Yeah, I'm actually more concerned about the noise from them.
Yeah,
Right.
but they were amenable to that anyway.
Yeah.
so it's- Other thoughts?
So I go back to your heartburn that you're having about the waivers.
Yeah.
You know, for us, when we look at waivers, and I have to admit that we have not been overly consistent, the words are there to remind us. Still needs to meet the spirit and intent
Right.
of the regulation. So what's the intent of the 40-foot buffer? You know, if we waive that, are we not gonna meet that intent?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the concerns I have. I mean, the only way they're gonna get that buffer is to sort of slide the building, if you will, or shrink the building. Those are the only two ways that that's gonna happen, right?
Mhm.
Which is a pretty significant impact, but, you know, we have the option to, I mean, if you accept the plan and you deny the waiver, it's kind of, I'm not sure we can do that in this case.
It's an impossible situation.
Yeah, you can't really, if there's no, because it's already, the plan doesn't show the buffer, so it's kind of the way it is, but. Other thoughts? What about the rest of the waivers? Does anybody have any concerns with those?
I think those can be dealt with fairly easily. It's the buffer. The buffer is the issue. Do you want that large of a building that close to the property line? And I don't know if this is a prototype. We've seen situations before where, you know, a certain chain or a certain product has to look a certain way, but they've been amenable to scaling back or making modifications to suit the site-specific situation. I don't know if this is a case where that would be considered or reconsidered. But being that close to a residential, an established residential area, I would concur with your heartburn comment.
Good?
Would it be possible that they just, and I think you touched on it before, and I don't know why, if they move the building forward to where and put just the parking in the back, those parking spaces, just move it forward, put the parking spaces in the back.
I mean, that doesn't give you a buffer, though. You still get the
Of
asphalt.
people coming in and
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
So
it's
be
just,
able to drive around the building.
I don't think that makes it better. That
Okay.
kind of makes it, to me, that makes it worse.
Oh,
You know?
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, are we able to table this and allow them to re-examine?
Well, I think,
Oh, I'm sorry. Are
No,
we,
I
are we
mean,
able to table this?
I'd have to
and-
reopen the hearing if we think that, you know, we could reopen the, I mean, it's up to you folks. I mean, someone can make a motion, approve or disapprove at any time here.
Or table, or table. You
What?
can make a motion to table.
Right, but you'd have to be specific on why you wanted, and, why you want a table, and it would be for the applicant to address something that you feel is gonna be detrimental to approval of the plan, so. I mean,
Mr.
I
Chair.
can, go ahead.
Would it make a difference if they worked with staff on increasing the amount of plantings that are in the buffer zone? Would that help to maybe add more, I don't know if they would be willing to do that, but work with staff to increase the amount, and we'll take a look at the trees and hopefully provide more coverage and buffering? I don't know if that would
That's not
make
a
a
bad
difference?
idea, yeah. I mean, because if we did change them out to like sort of evergreens, larger evergreens, you know.
Right, and then also work with staff on the lighting as well. They do have to submit a new photometrics plan, but, you know, they could work with staff, and as long as it doesn't require a waiver, it's something that we could,
Yeah, as long as they're within the ordinance on that.
Right.
that would be-
I don't know if that's something that.
What's your thoughts on if the buffer that they do have was more dense?
Well,
Would
it's
that
it's
be getting
important when
closer
we
to the
talk about
intent?
denseness that it covers the people that are up on the top floor of that office, I mean, in the apartment buildings. If we can increase that so that they are that tall. I think some of them are very tall right now, as we saw in the things. They are very tall, but I'm just saying if we increase it so that those trees also would be covered. So there's coverage there for them, buffering.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be able to plant a two-story tree, right? I mean, that's a tough
That's some sequoia.
scenario. But you can certainly plant something that's going to get there,
Yeah.
you know, and improve.
Oh,
over
no, you
time.
can't do it
Yeah,
now. They
yeah.
will get there. I'm just
Yeah.
adding to it.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the pictures, you know, the density isn't as high as it could be, for sure. I mean, that would move towards alleviating.
Yeah, they are
They're-
they are higher than the buildings right
Yeah.
now.
I mean, I'm expressing concern, frankly, we haven't had a lot of public testimony about buffer issues here. I mean, we generally get a ton of that, so, right? So we're not, we're bringing this up ourselves, it's not, I mean, we've had testimony about lights, about traffic, but, you know, not really, you know, the board is the one that's bringing up the buffer issue.
Well, you had
frankly.
the lady brought up the kids seeing, and now it's having it there. But like you're saying, though, buffering with trees is a good.
Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Weber mentioned that people on the upper floors will be able to see the lights and the air conditioning units, but, you know, if you look at the map or the photo between the parking lot and the residential area, there are already tall trees there. I think we just need lower level evergreen trees to make it not a direct access between the residential area and this parking lot. And the fence too, keep kids and curiosity seekers out,
Yeah.
make it a little more difficult for them to come and go. But the tall trees are good, and evergreen shrubs, thick, would be helpful, and the fence.
Yeah, and just let staff work with them on the type and density.
Oh, and one other point,
Yeah.
we need to make sure the lighting is downward facing.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the ordinance anyway,
And they said none of the there's no splash.
Mr. Dukran?
So if we go down the road where we are going to have the applicant work with staff, I have to ask staff, do we have a certified arborist on staff?
Is there somebody in Parks and Rec?
Park and Rec, possibly.
I'm not sure, but it's something that we could have maybe somebody take a look at if we have to.
Or have the applicant provide
Provide, yeah, the information.
arborist's opinion on what should be done
Yeah,
to achieve that density that we're talking about?
okay, that's an option. Okay, anyone willing to make a motion here? I know we've talked about a few things I can, sort of, we talked about lights, motion sensors, fence, increased buffer density, providing an arborist, and rooftop unit screening. So, do you want to make a motion?
Oh, well, there was an
Mr.
item
Peterson?
mentioned before,
Yep.
no outside storage allowed on the premises.
Yeah, okay, outside storage. All right. Anyone?
One more thing, granting 30 feet of right-of-way? No?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go there.
Okay.
All right, looking for somebody to make a motion
Do
either
this.
way, so.
Do the CUP first.
What's that?
Do the CUP first. The
Uh,
conditional use permit first.
Oh, yes, on the conditional use permit, we'd start with, which is case number 1. Sorry, thanks. Anyone?
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
go ahead.
New business number 1, conditional use. The owner, Wilmar LLC, applicant Weston Associates at 4 Blackstone Drive. Finding the plan meets NRO 190, 133F with no stipulations.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve new business number 1, conditional use permit, so portion. The plan does meet the requirements. Do we have a second on that? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? That motion passes. Okay. Now with regard to number 6, new business number 6.
Can we go over the additions?
Sure. So we talked about a stipulation regarding the height of lighting at the exterior wall packs at 12 feet or less. And work with staff to, you know, redevelop the lighting plan. We talked about a stipulation for
Second.
no outside storage. Right? We talked about a stipulation for an increase in density of the,
I have to write this down.
that's okay.
I'm not that fast.
All right. Increase in density of the two, and I guess
Okay,
that would,
that'd be 16.
yeah. We talked about an increase in density of the, what would be essentially the north and the east buffers, right? North and east buffers with,
Could you be more specific, facing the residential and facing Blackstone Drive?
no, facing the, well, the residential is on the north and east side, frankly. Blackstone's the west side. I mean, you want the west side too? I know.
No. I just want to make sure we know which is north, south, east, and west, because I saw two different
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit.
interpretations of it.
It's a little bit north, with evergreen trees and working and providing a certified arborist support. Right? We talked about a fence. I guess I'd be specific to the type that you want, whether it's an open chain link or something. Like an open chain link or something.
Yeah.
And again, or people talking about that being on the north and east? Or was there interest in that being on the Blackstone side as well? What do you?
Yep.
Yeah, you got the east and west.
Oh, east, I'm sorry. Yeah, north and west.
So north being the residential side, correct?
Right.
And east being the Blackstone Drive side.
Correct, yeah. Okay. And we talked about rooftop
What was the
screen.
height that you would think would be a good height?
12 foot.
It's a
That's
little
pretty
high.
tall. That's
8
pre-
feet.
No, that was the height on the lights?
No,
The
For the
fence.
fence? I don't know,
Fence,
it's up to you
chain
guys.
link.
What do you think?
Let the
8
arborist
feet.
decide that.
About 8 feet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up for whatever you folks think you wanna do. I think 8's a normal height that we go with.
Housing is 6, but 8 feet is more, it gives you more protection.
Sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just so,
Staff?
6 feet height, I know
6?
with fences over 6 feet in height,
Yeah, the
well, if
bracing.
they're in a residential zone, they can't be more than 6 feet without a variance.
Oh.
This is actually in the
GB.
GB zone. But it butts a residential
Yeah,
zone, so
so
I'm
6
not.
might be more
6 feet,
appropriate
okay.
for residential.
Oh.
Pretty
I'm fine.
high.
Yeah,
6
Okay.
feet still.
okay. And then we talked about rooftop screening. On all essentially all sides, yeah. Did I miss anything that anybody wanted Ed to write down? No? Okay. You
All
wanna
right.
make a motion in?
I will continue with the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make sure you address the waivers too, like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
New business, number 6, site plan, Wilmar LLC, Weston Associates at 4 Blackstone Drive. Stating that the plan meets NRO 190, 146D with, I'm just gonna go through the waivers.
Yeah, just go through them one by one.
Number 1, a request for waiver, NRO 190, 198, which requires minimum parking standard, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary in spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 2, the request for waiver, NRO 190-15D5, interpretation of table 15-1, which requires self-storage have a 40-foot buffer to provide a buffer in residential. Can I put this is granted with, because I'm gonna put the,
You can append the other piece if you want to.
Okay.
yeah.
is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. The request for waiver, number 3, NRO 190-15D5, interpretation, table 15-1, which requires self-storage facility, designate the superscript. 2, must be at least 200 feet from the city right-of-way and all storage bay doors be screened, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary in spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 4, the regulation for waiver NRO 190-215B, which requires redevelopment of previous development site must meet stormwater management standards to be maximized extent possible to be determined by the planning board, is granted, and finding the waiver will not be contrary to spirit of intent of the regulation. Number 5, the request for a waiver NRO 190-215G, which requires post-development peak discharge rate, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 6, the request for a waiver NRO 190-209A1 for a maximum curb cut allowance is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. 7, the request for a waiver 190-172, which specifies non-resident building design standard, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. The request for, number 8, the request for a waiver NRO 190-172B1, C, and F requires specific elements for non-resident buildings, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary in spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 9,
You can say
I
staff
have,
report.
well, I have a question
Sure.
on 10. We had if they didn't address that they would come back to planning board on previous times. Do you remember that?
On the comments?
If they didn't address it, and
Number
they said,
10? Oh, you're saying number 10, you can.
right, engineering department.
You can amend if you want to it, if, number 10. You can add on to 10 if you want to add some more language to it. It's up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna let it go because they're really, okay, 10 through, let's see, 10 through 14, I'm sorry, 9 through 14 as written.
Okay,
And okay.
okay.
15, the applicant will work with staff on the lowering of the wall height,
Wall lighting?
wall lighting. 16 is applicant will work with staff to increase the density of the evergreen trees north and east with an arborator, advice from an arborator.
Arborist.
Arborist,
Okay.
thank you.
Got it?
Hey, I can mess it up. Applicant will work with staff providing a chain link fence, 6 feet.
Which sides?
North and east.
Okay,
Okay. 18, the applicant will work with staff for a rooftop screening on all sides. That come close?
all sides for
Sound barrier,
what
No,
though?
visual barrier.
visual and sound.
For roof equipment?
Rooftop units.
Roof equipment, okay. Okay,
We forgot one.
No outdoor storage?
yeah, we had an outdoor,
Outside
No outdoor
storage.
storage.
Which one?
outdoor
No
storage,
outdoor storage?
Thank you.
so that'd be what, 19?
No, 19, no outside storage
On premises.
on premises. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve with the 19 stipulations as indicated by Mr. Weber. Do we have a second on that? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? That motion passes. Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, moving on. New business conditional special use permits, case number 2, Albert and Marilyn Todd, owners, application and acceptance of proposed conditional use permit to allow for addition of 2 units to a single-family home. This property is located at 4 Greeley Street.
Before you go, I just want to ask, Linda, did you get all the stuff written down that I did?
I got it.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess at this time, has anybody from the board had a chance to review the application and want to make a motion as to whether to take jurisdiction or not? Just for case number 2, conditional special use permit.
So moved.
We have a motion to take jurisdiction by Mr. Peterson. Do we have a second? Second by
Second.
Mr. Weber. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? That motion passes. Okay, we have an applicant here for case number 2.
My name is Marilyn Todd, and I live at 4 Greeley Street in Nashua.
My name's Albert Todd. I live at 4 Greeley Street in Nashua as well.
Okay,
So I guess I'll go through the eight criteria. 9, I guess, doesn't apply to us, is not applicable. So the question for number 1, the intended use of this property falls under number 15, multifamily dwellings, 3 or more units, which is permitted by conditional use as shown in the RB, urban residence zone, as shown in the use matrix table 15-2 of the land use code.
okay,
Number 2, yes, If completed, the change of use will comply with all article requirements and any special conditions of the NLUC. Number 3, the intended use of this existing structure as a multifamily property will not endanger the public health or safety of the citizens in Nashua. Renovating the barn will actually make the community safer. Number 4, the building is located in a primarily multifamily zone. It will, with absolute insurance, add significant value to abutting properties. Number 5, the building will be compatible with the neighborhood due to the majority of the neighborhood predominantly being multifamilies. In addition to that, 75% of the, do you have that slide? 75% of the neighborhood, my abutting properties, I guess you can say, this was what we used for the variance, sorry. 72% is multifamily. Here's the chart. So the green, let's take a little microphone.
Yep.
So the pink, which you'll see a lot of pink, is 4+ families. The orange is 3 families. The blue is a 2-family, and the green are single families. So there's literally, besides my property, there's 2 like really abutting properties, but 72% of this chart is, that's the fire station that's not highlighted, and then this property right here is a business as well, and that's the school. So other than that, as you can see, it's predominantly multifamilies.
Okay.
All right. So all right, number 6, the barn being used as a multifamily will not have any adverse impact on highway pedestrian safety. Number 7, the barn will not have any adverse impact of the natural and environmental resources of the city because the building already exists. Number 8, the barn will have adequate public utilities. Eversource and National Grid have already developed plans to safely and properly connect electricity and gas to the barn. Sewer and water will be connected through the main house. And number 9 is not applicable.
Okay. Questions? Can you just summarize real quick so so everybody understands what you're doing with the barn?
I have it's a 200-year-old barn,
Yeah.
and it used to be Roby's Milk House. Actually, we have a news article, a National Telegraph article from 1909, January of 1909. That's the second floor of my barn. So basically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to save it. And the only way we can save it, because it needs so much foundation and structural help, which we submitted. I have a structural engineer with stamp plans. I didn't see them in the packet, but we have supplied those to the city. So, for a single-family house to spend $60,000 on structural framing and integrity, with it's a lot of roof to cover and a lot of maintenance between 2 properties, and there's no use for the barn that I can think of. It's bigger than my house. It's 3,600 square feet, so it's 3 floors. So and it's historical. I mean, it's been around for 200 years. It's actually Roby Park used to be Roby Farm, and they used to milk the cows there, and then they would take the little horses and a trailer, and they'd bring the milk to my barn, and they would bottle it, and it was state of the art. It was state of the art in early 1900s, but it was the best in the state. So we went to the Historical Society, and they approved it. We went to the ZBA for the 2 variances that we needed, and now here we are.
Okay, great. Any questions for the applicant from the board, Mr. Weber?
I was at that meeting, the historical meeting. It was quite interesting.
Yes, it was. We're a lot more prepared this time, as you can tell.
You really were trying.
Yes.
So, and I'm glad that you got it passed. I would hate for this to be lost. My only question is, and I guess there is no requirement, where would these people park?
So, we have a parking plan. So basically what we want to do, essentially is, I have like a side yard, which is, so this right here is my side yard, right? And so this is all, it's irrelevant to, take up like this space right here, because basically that's the garage door going into the barn. And so what I was gonna do is I was just gonna switch, take all this up, all the cement, and then just, so move it like over here, and make angled parking.
Okay. I'm not requiring it, I'm just looking at what
Yeah,
you were
so
gonna
I mean,
do.
it'll be about the same amount of cement, I'm hoping even less, to tell you the truth, because there's actually, yeah, it'll be less cement, because all of this would be coming up. So it would just go to this side, which is all gravel anyways.
Yeah, I know it's hard there to park in that area, and it's
Yeah.
difficult, it's tight, but I really hope that you do get past, because that barn is really
It is cool.
unique.
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Peterson?
you. Hi.
Will a snowplow be able to fit through that opening? to get to the
Snowplow
back
can never
parking lot?
fit.
Never.
When the house across the street was abandoned, and nobody, because the house across, the neighborhood is abandoned too, pretty much. There's a lack of investment. But actually, in the last 7 years, I've noticed, the neighborhood is a lot better than when I first moved in. I moved in, and one of my neighbors was getting arrested. I was 9 months pregnant moving into my house, and I was like, oh my gosh. But anyways, so the neighborhood is actually really cleaned up from what I noticed. And the property next door to me, which is similar, which if you guys approve it, which would be similar to my property, but this is 2 houses on one lots too, and this actually just sold last week. It was abandoned for like 6 or 7 years. But for snowplow, so the snowplow used to be able to reverse up in here, and then, but the only way we ever were able to get it plowed was by using that driveway, and obviously we would never use somebody else's driveway.
Mr. Peterson?
So along those same lines, how do you foresee, say there's a big snowfall, who's gonna be responsible for moving the snow back there? The tenants or you guys, or no one?
I live at the property as of right now, so we will, we have a snow blower. We have a really big snow blower. So, I'll pay, I have a very young husband here who's very strong.
I will be taking care of that.
Okay.
I didn't want to put it on him. I put too much on him.
Yes, young enough, I could definitely take care of that.
Because when it's just you, you can deal with it, but if you have tenants, then suddenly it becomes whose responsibility is it? You have to iron that out.
Any other questions from the board, Mr. Dukran?
Yeah, the plan from the Registry of Deeds shows there's a common way from Merrimack Street.
That doesn't exist anymore. There's no more common way. We call him V. He's actually, part of his barn is on our property. But there's no more common way. I don't know when he developed that, when he took ownership of it, but according to Nashua GIS, that plot plan that you have, the survey is from 52, so somewhere in between 52 and today, he acquired the common space.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Thanks. We're at this point.
Thank you.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak opposition or concern to the plan? Anybody wishing to speak in favor of the plan? Hearing none, I'd ask the board, is there any other questions of the applicant or staff while we're in the hearing? No? Okay. At this point, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing and move into the meeting. All right, so we just have the, essentially a conditional use permit to change the, or allow the use for the 2 units in the barn. Pretty straightforward. There is the one stipulation from staff to work with, building safety to go ahead and provide the information needed to resolve the lot line. I just make sure that you, if you want to make a motion, that you include that as well. Anybody have any other discussion points? Anybody willing to make a motion? Mr. Weber?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
New business number 2, conditional use permit, owner Albert and Marilyn Todd, 4 Greeley Street. Finding the plan meets NRO section 190, 133F with one stipulation as written.
All right, so we have a motion to approve, as indicated by Mr. Weber, with the one stipulation. Do we have a second on that?
Question, Mr.
Sure.
Chair? In order to resolve lot line concerns, is it effectively stating that they need a survey of their parcel, or?
That would be a question for staff. Let's get the second, and I think we could do that during discussion. It might be easier.
Thank you.
Someone have a second on it?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper, okay. Discussion, so that discussion question?
They're gonna work out the, any lot line issues with the building department, because it has to do with how close the building is to the property line, and it has to do with fire-rated walls and that kind of thing. So they're gonna work with the building department on resolving that.
Okay, so it's building construction versus
Right.
lot line.
It's
so-
more about the building code and what would be
Code, yeah.
required, yes.
Okay. got it.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Make the second.
Opposed? None? That motion
Make the
passes.
second. Oh, Harper, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we're moving on.
Good luck.
All right, we're moving on to new business conditional special use permits, case number 3, GSR Ventures LLC owner, Penny Gagne, application and acceptance of proposed conditional use permit to allow for adult daycare. This property is located at 12 Murphy Drive. Do we have or do I have a motion as to whether this application is ready to take jurisdiction?
So,
Motion by Mr. Peterson to take jurisdiction. The second? Do we have a second by somebody here?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That motion passes. Okay, we have someone from the applicant here.
My name is Penny Gagne. I'm from, live at 81 Connaught Road here in Nashua. So what I'm proposing or asking is that a space that already exists at 12 Murphy Drive, which I guess they put up there, it would be the end unit, Unit 2A, be conditionally changed as use from office space to an adult daycare. The facility fits the rules and regulations that I'm governed by, as far as all the space that I need, the open concept in the middle, the treatment rooms, the nurse stations, that kind of thing. So that's the goal, that's the plan. If I go down these questions here, it will be governed by all the rules and regulations of the state for licensing for an adult daycare program.
Okay.
Obviously, we'll comply with everything. Once the zoning and all that is passed, then I have to move on through the licensing process with the state. It's quite a procedure, actually. It won't endanger anybody's health. It'll actually help them. It should not devalue any of the abutting properties. We're not changing anything physically on the outside. The only thing we're adding on the inside is a shower room and a staff bathroom. Otherwise, everything is there. It's at the end of Murphy Drive, so it won't affect any of the pedestrian traffic or anything like that. There's ample parking. My clients are dropped off and picked up. The only cars that would be parked there for the day are the staff. That I have, everybody else comes and goes. Our hours of operation are 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, so we won't be there on weekends, or, well, I might be, but nobody else will be there on weekends. So that shouldn't be a problem. It already has all of the utilities that are needed. Public service is in there, Liberty Gas is in there, municipal water, so that's already all set up for that. And it's not downtown, so that helps us.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant, Mr. Weber?
So you're taking over this whole entire building, is that correct?
No, no, just Unit 2A.
Just Unit 2A?
Yes,
Okay.
one small section of it.
Is the property owner here? Because just, it's not up to you, but the property owner, the current dumpsters are not enclosed completely. They're screened on 3 sides, but it's not across. Maybe that's not for, it's not privy for yours. If you were taking over the building, then,
Oh, yeah. No, he's not here.
oh, okay. Then I don't,
I do know I did ask about the dumpsters, and I don't need an additional dumpster, which is kind of a
yeah.
savings.
Yeah, but he doesn't have them enclosed in the front, and you have people coming in that, you know.
People using them that shouldn't.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? We're all set with you? Appreciate it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Anybody wishing to speak in opposition or concern to this plan? Anybody wishing to speak in favor? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close this hearing, move into the meeting. So again, we have a conditional use permit here. There are no staff stipulations. Seems pretty cut and dry to me.
I have a question for staff.
Yeah.
I don't see any comments from the fire marshal.
No, but I did speak with the fire marshal, and they actually toured the building with the plans examiner from the building department, Mark Collins, and he assured me that there was no problems with them moving in, both the fire department and the building department.
And for that particular use?
For that particular use, correct.
Yeah, it's on the first floor.
Okay.
Firstly.
Other questions? Anybody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Weber?
New business number 3, conditional use permit, GSR Ventures LLC, applicant Penny Gage. I hope I said it right.
Gagny.
Gagny. Oh, please. Located at 12 Murphy Drive. Seeing that the plan meets NRO 190-133F with no stipulations.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Weber to approve with no stipulations. This is new business number 3. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bellinger. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That motion passes. Thanks. Okay. Moving on. New business subdivision plans. Case number 4, Gerald Rapucci. Application and acceptance of proposed 2-lot subdivision. This property is located at 7 Gaffney Street. So, could we have a motion as to whether this application is ready for us to take jurisdiction? Anybody up there? Mr. Weber has, and is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None. That motion passes. All right. all yours, Mr. Maynard.
Where's my little plan? Should be there.
What? I'm sorry.
There you go.
What, Linda?
All set, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, ready to go.
For the record, my name is Richard Maynard, professional engineer with Maynard and Paquette of Nashua. The matter before the board involves a subdivision of a 14,114 square foot lot at 7 Gaffney Street in the RA zone. The proposal is to subdivide the property into two lots. One, a 6,614 square foot lot for the existing house, and a new 7,500 square foot building lot for a future single-family home. The RA zone requires a minimum of 75,000 square foot per lot and 75 feet of lot width. On August 28th, 2018, the ZBA granted the lot size and lot width variances for the lot containing the existing house. The proposed building lot of 7,500 square feet fully conforms to all Nashua's regulations.
Mr. Maynard, I just a quick correction, you said 75,000 square feet when you were talking? You
Excuse
meant-
me? Huh?
You said 75,000 square feet? Yeah.
7,500,
Got
excuse
it,
me.
thanks, just for the record.
As part of the variance, the existing porch on the left side of the house will be removed. This is a suggested stipulation number 6 in the staff report. Stormwater runoff will be handled by a leaching catch basin to the rear of the lot, connected to the new house's roof gutters. The property will be served by city water, sewer, and gas. There are a few remaining engineering issues which are primarily part of the building permit process and will be taken care of at that time. There are 3 waivers to be considered: underground utilities, existing conditions within 1,000 feet, and a sidewalk waiver in lieu of a contribution. I'll now yield the microphone to the applicant, property owner, Jerry Rapucci, who will discuss his proposal for the property, and especially with regard to the sidewalk situation. Thank you.
Okay.
Before I leave, if there are any questions.
I don't think so, no,
Thank you.
not yet.
You know this guy.
Thanks.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jerry Rapucci, 7 Gaffney Street in Nashua, New Hampshire, the applicant. And I believe that you should have in your file, in your folder, updated letter from Mr. Parquette's office that changes the request from request for the waiver to a request to waive the requirement for sidewalks without the contribution. I got that by email, and I just figured that
No.
that got submitted. Mr. Mayor, did the change for the request get submitted to the city?
The change that you suggest, no.
Yes, okay, that only came to me by email?
Correct, and that's,
Okay.
the standard waiver request was submitted, but you have a different
Okay.
position to take tonight.
So I can just amend that right now and say that
Correct.
I'm withdrawing the request for the sidewalk contribution. That my intention is to ask you to waive the requirement for the sidewalk, but to not ask for you to make the contribution. And this summary here has a lot of detail in it that I'll go through to explain my reasoning, okay? So first let me explain that I expect that if I'm required, if I end up having to appeal your decision on this matter, as you know, the appeal goes to the Superior Court. And in order for me to do that, the Superior Court won't consider additional information when I take the appeal to them. Therefore, I have to get my argument into the record here so that it all becomes part of the record, so that if it goes to Superior Court, they will have all the information to review. That's my reasoning for going through this now. I just wanted to explain that. And I explained that in the first 2 paragraphs there, for the first 3. So first, let me say I'm going to ask you to consider the sidewalk issue the same way the board considers underground utilities, which by no coincidence, I'm also asking for a waiver for that. The sidewalk ordinance requires sidewalks on one side of the street in the city of Nashua. The underground utilities ordinance requires underground utilities be placed in new construction structures in the city. However, when a subdivision is added one house in a development or neighborhood, the city and the planning board do not look to force the individual lot to comply with that ordinance. I'm talking about the utility ordinance. Instead, the applicant asks for a waiver, allowing them to use the overhead utilities already present and consistent with the neighborhood. When this waiver is granted, the city does not require the applicant, who has demonstrated that fulfilling the requirement of the ordinance is not reasonable for his specific project, to pay a fee in lieu of constructing the underground utilities as a condition of approval, so that the city can then use that money collected in a way that is totally unrelated to the specific project being proposed. My point is that we don't do for utilities what we always do for sidewalks. And I'd like you just to be aware of that when you're considering whether or not this is the appropriate thing to do. Second, I ask that the audio and visual record, as well as the written minutes of the Nashua Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting of July 16, 2019, be incorporated into part of the record for this hearing. Again, those minutes have to be incorporated into this record, so if it goes to court, they'll have the opportunity to review that meeting. I ask that you consider that at that meeting, attended by several of you sitting here, as well as myself, new information was presented that clarifies some existing questions about the local ordinance covering sidewalk contributions that were previously not clear to some sitting members of the planning board. I ask that this new information be considered, and in light of it, the planning board conclude that until the Board of Aldermen change the ordinance, that you will refrain from assessing the fee deemed a voluntary contribution in lieu of constructing sidewalks, and either direct that sidewalks be constructed with a justification as to why they are being required on the specific project before you, or grant my request that as the city has not recommended sidewalks for this specific project, that the requirement simply be waived. During that meeting, Alderman Dowd, who is the sitting chairman of the Aldermanic Budget Committee, stated, and this is a direct quote, "As chair of budget, I totally agree. If you want to build sidewalks, you better keep collecting that money, because I've talked to the mayor about it, and there are a lot of sidewalks that need to be put in, and there's a lot of sidewalks that need to be repaired, and there is no separate funding for sidewalks." In my view, Alderman Dowd made exactly the point that I have been trying to make for a long time, that this is a process to fund sidewalks in the city, and that's why the ordinance is written that way. Director Marchand stated that from 2005 to 2019, there has been over $620,000 collected for the four-quadrant fund. That's the fund that the sidewalk money goes into and then gets distributed. She also confirmed that there is no other source of money for sidewalks. She also explained that the monies that the city collects from the voluntary contributions that are compelled by a condition of approval by the planning board goes directly into the fund, and that the Division of Public Works manages these monies and uses them to build sidewalks all over the city, always within the quadrant where the contribution comes from. During that meeting, I explained my position and concerns that the New Hampshire RSA speak directly to the proper procedures communities and planning boards can use to collect monies from developers for improvements within the community that are not directly related to the specific project proposed to the planning board for approval, either an off-site extraction or an impact fee, both of which have strict rules that control how those monies are collected and accounted for. It was my contention that the present sidewalk ordinance and the method being used to collect these contributions are neither of those. They're not an off-site extraction, and they are not an impact fee. During this meeting, both Alderman Tenza and Director Marchand also stated they believe the sidewalk fund was neither an off-site extraction nor an impact fee. Director Marchand explained her position that instead, it was the planning board's discretion to collect these fees through a waiver criteria, and cited 2 examples of other communities doing exactly that, and that it was perfectly legal and proper. At that point, Alderman Law then pointed out that, in fact, the 2 examples referenced by Director Marchand as evidence of planning boards collecting fees as a waiver in a proper and legal way were in fact not applicable, because both examples she used were waivers that were granted to projects to mitigate the problems that were directly associated to the specific projects before the boards. Alderman Law noted that here, the concern is that the fees are being collected when a direct correlation between the proposed project and the use of the money collected are not directly related. Exactly the issue I raised as the problem with our current process. Director Marchand confirmed my presentation that the ordinances give complete authority to this board, to the planning board, to assess that fee and to determine what the fee will be for each specific application. There was no ambiguity there. It's directly in the control of this board. Director Marchand also stated that the present process has been reviewed by the city's legal department multiple times and found to be perfectly proper. In fact, I do not agree that is entirely accurate. When our planning board held a public meeting to discuss this issue that was attended by Attorney Bolton and several sitting planning board members, I raised the concern that there must be a nexus between the project being proposed and the monies being collected by the fee. And Attorney Bolton did not dismiss the idea. In fact, he speculated that such a nexus could be made by presenting the increased use brought on by the proposed subdivision impacts the surrounding area and creates the nexus. While I don't agree that that would be an adequate connection, I don't believe it matters, because in fact the city does not make such an argument or present data that would support an argument when directing applicants to request a waiver. 16, I believe the policy that has been in place for many years that actually requires an applicant to request the waiver in order to pay these monies into the fund sabotages the applicant's ability to appeal the planning board's decision to apply it as a condition of approval, as a court review would show that the applicant requested the right to pay into the fund, and that's the way it's always been. We see the planning board sees an application where the applicant is actually requesting that you allow them to pay into that fund. Please know that I am definitely not making such a request. I am asking you to either decide sidewalks are necessary, and when doing so, justify why they are necessary on my project, or waive the requirement because for this particular application you have decided they are not necessary. If you decide to apply the fee and make it a condition of approval, that would certainly be preferable to me rather than denying my application altogether. But please be clear that I am definitely not asking you to do that. I would then have the option to appeal that piece of your decision or accept the terms of approval and pay the fee that you have required. I ask that copies of the city ordinance that cover the present policy on sidewalk construction and contribution in lieu of payment, and the ordinance that covers the requirements for underground utilities be included as part of this record. And again, that's all asking. I'm asking all to be associated to this so that if it gets to court, it's accessible to them. So that's my the change that I'm asking you to consider on my application. And I don't know if you have any questions about that, or if you have any questions about something else that I could answer.
I just want to be clear on what you're asking. So you're asking for your request for waiver 190-212A1 be rescinded, correct?
I'm asking that the contribution in lieu of payment be rescinded, yes. if that's what you're asking me.
But you are still asking for a sidewalk waiver?
Absolutely. What I'm saying, and just, rather than read it from here where it sounds a little bit stoic, I'm just asking that you look at the application. The planning department, to my knowledge, the planning department has not recommended that a sidewalk be put in on this project on Gaffney Street. It would be the only sidewalk on the street. It would actually be a nuisance. You would have trip locations on both the beginning and the end. My property is located central to the street. It would be an undesirable thing to do, and Gaffney Street is not on the proposed list of streets that the city puts together that at some time would get sidewalks. So what I'm asking is, if you guys decide sidewalks should be put on the street, go ahead and order me to do that, and please explain why you're ordering me to do that. And if not, waive it like you would the utilities.
Do you know what your frontage is in relation to the length of the street?
In relation to the street, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Gaffney Street.
I would bet that it's probably about a fifth of the street, but that would be speculating. There's one house, there's one property to my right, which is the Chick Bolio property, if you've ever gone by
Yep,
there.
I'm familiar
That
with
has a good amount of frontage.
Yep.
And to the left of me, there are 3 or 4 houses down the road, so it's probably even less than what I said. It's probably maybe a sixth or a seventh of the street.
Okay.
Looks, from this GIS or
Five.
pictometry, looks like,
There's 5 houses on his side.
yeah, but in terms of length, it probably is close to a quarter, if I would
Really?
guess.
You know, that could be, Mr. Ducrane. I know that Chick Bolio's property is pretty big. So I would be surprised if it's that much, but it could be.
Yeah.
And really, if you conclude it is, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, okay. Okay. Are there any questions for the board? Is there anything else you
Yeah,
want to
question.
present? Mr. Peterson, go ahead. Yep.
So, just to be clear, you're asking us to either require you to put a sidewalk in where there are no other sidewalks, or waive the fee and waive putting in a sidewalk, or waive putting in a sidewalk and charge you $50 per linear foot, and then you'll take that to Superior Court?
Let me clarify that just a little bit, okay, if you don't mind. Yes, except for the last thing that you said. It's my position that I think everybody probably knows very well, that the sidewalk, the contribution in lieu of putting in a sidewalk, to me, is improper, and it would not sustain a review by the court. I think it's an improper fee, it's an improper application of a fee, the way the RSAs require fees to be applied. So what I'm saying is, I'm asking you not to apply that because I think it's improper. If you think I need sidewalks, explain why I need them, explain why you want them on my property. That's because then there's a direct requirement of my property, and order me to put them in. If you don't think I need them, then waive the requirement for them. What the last thing that you said is a little bit off. I'm not asking you to do the contribution in lieu of payment. If you guys decide to do that, that would be preferable to me than you saying, no, we're going to reject your whole plan, obviously. But I'm not requesting you do that. In fact, I'm requesting that you don't do that. And the reason is because if I appeal this to Superior Court, I don't want the court to look at a record that says, well, you asked for this. And that's why that's one of the reasons why I think the way that the request comes through is improper, because that's the way it comes to the planning board. The applicant is asking for this waiver contribution in lieu of putting in the sidewalk, which in my mind is not appealable. The court's going to look at that and say, well, what are you complaining about? You asked for it. And that's why I want to be clear that I'm not asking for it. Does that answer you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? For the
Maybe
board? Mr. Weber?
another clarification.
Sure.
Are you asking for anything us for the putting in the record? You said something about having,
No, not from you specifically. The record of this hearing, if this were to get appealed to Superior Court, it would be the record of this hearing.
Okay.
That goes to them.
Okay.
So if all this information is not included in it, they wouldn't see it.
Right, okay.
That's what I was
Just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, guys, thank you.
Other questions? No? Okay. All right. At this time, I'd ask, is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan? Please go ahead and come on up. Thanks. And
My
make
name
sure you,
is Maria Burgess at 7 Donna Street. I am a butter behind Mr. Rapucci. The proposed for development subdivision of this lot at 7 Gaffney Street has the potential to negatively impact our property directly. If the proposal were to be granted without certain stipulations and requirements to mitigate those impacts, while the proposal would afford the applicant a great fiscal gain, there appears to be nothing offered to the abutting properties except more neighbors, noise, and further loss of what is already a small amount of privacy. Our two biggest concerns regarding the lots are the 4 to 5 pine trees along our existing fence line on the empty lot, on the empty lot where the, along the existing fence line on the empty lot area that is directly behind us where construction would begin. We have roots growing into our property under the fence, and the trees have been continually dropping limbs, pine cones, pine needles, which continue to damage our property and our existing fence and pool. This is the most important problem we have. We ask that the trees are removed in their entirety and the root killer added to the stumps to kill the growth underneath the fence into our yard. The trees are a danger to us as they have dropped large limbs on our property in the last few years. Thankfully, we were not home at the time and it was not catastrophic to us. Thus far, the only damage has been to our fence. These trees have several hanging limbs ready to fall that are too high for us to remove without a crane going onto this property. The trees continue to get worse over the years due to neglect, and all of our requests for attention have this far been ignored. New Hampshire does have a statute which provides that the owner of the tree which damages the property of another party shall be liable for that damage. However, the statutory relief involves expensive litigation. We also request a 6 to 8 foot solid wood or vinyl fence be installed or landscape buffer utilizing screening shrubs such as arborvitaes to have what little privacy we enjoy remain unviolated. We have owned this home for 17 years without anyone on that lot and with the understanding that under the existing zoning, nothing was to be built on top of us. Some minor concerns, we would like additional information on the construction time frame and the noise. How long will it take to complete this project? The existing home on 7 Gaffney has been deteriorating for years and become quite an eyesore, as Mr. Rapucci has not even lived there since he bought the home. The animals that have nested in the roof attic line of his home have now made their way onto our property and started eating away at our wood and our outside bar, causing significant damage that we had to replace. It is our understanding that this board and that this hearing represent an opportunity for the proposal's impacts to surrounding and abutting properties to be identified and mitigated. A thoughtful and intelligent landscaping plan, which in this case includes the removal of nuisance trees and provides for visual buffering through fencing and shrubbery, is typical for subdivisions of this size. We ask that such a plan be included and adhered to as part of any approval for the subdivision of 7 Gaffney Street. We feel these stipulations, at the very least, need to be included with any decision granting the applicant's desire to double the value of his parcel. Should this board be inclined to approve the proposal, we request that trees be removed, their roots dealt with, and the fence installed prior to any other on-site activities beginning to avoid additional noise and destruction of our property at 7 Donna Street. I had also printed out, and I can submit all this to you afterwards, the landscaping screening buffers 190 through 181 are from the planning board themselves of you,
have that require buffer landscaping improvement standards. We had also tried to discuss these issues with Mr. Rapucci prior to this on several occasions, and we were not able to attend the zoning board meeting as it was rescheduled a second time, and we had a death in the family at the time, so we had a neighbor submit our pictures of the trees and our proposal at that time, but it was washed, and he was approved, the zoning board. He has already made note that he's not willing to work with us of any sort and been very rude and disrespectful at this point. We are neighbors. I don't want this kind of issue to be a problem. We're willing to work with him and not object to the housing if he's willing to cooperate in some manner to help the people that are mainly affected, which is me and my husband behind him. My husband would like a few words.
Sure.
Hello, Michael Burgess, 7 Donna Street is where I live. My wife does all my talking for me, and I think she does a pretty good job. I'm not used to doing this, so I apologize for any wrong saying. I have approached Jerry before. I mentioned the trees and the fence to him at his place of business at the laundromat on Kinsley Street. And he seemed to give me, not an attitude, but he was pleasant and said, I don't see that being a problem. This evening, before 7 o'clock, I asked him if he had a second out there, and me and my wife spoke to him. And his exact words were, no, go ahead and try. Excuse me. That's just part of that. The part that I'm concerned about, ladies and gentlemen, is the trees here that overlap our fence into our pool. The pine needles, the pine cones, not a big deal. I deal with that with the leaves in everybody else's property. But what does end up happening in 17 years, I have had to replace 3 pool tops because of larger branches that have fallen onto it. Excuse me. Again, the branches are falling and are dangling from some of the tree branches that have already previously broke. One year, I'd have to estimate about 8 or 10 years ago, a 10-foot piece broke off the top of one of the pine trees and fell on our side. Luckily, our dog didn't get hurt. Luckily, there was no children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, or their friends around at that point in time. I am concerned about that more than me picking up pine needles and pine cones and things like that. That is a distraction. I was disappointed in his reaction today, considering the first time when I spoke to him, he seemed like we were on the same page. It's okay not to be on the same page, but these trees have been there for 17 years. They are a nuisance to us. My wife has mentioned the other things, and that's about what I'd like to say, and thank you.
I do have one other thing I would like to address. The city's city land use board may need the same kind of overhaul for the tax assessor's lot, an investigation of that sort. I'm not too familiar with that. There was brief information I got right before I appeared here and didn't have time to get more information from the person that advised me of that. My other concern is that Mr. Rapucci has bought the house 3 years ago, and at that time he joined the planning board. As you're obviously aware, he did have to recuse himself tonight. I am concerned that we may not get a fair shot because he's been on the board and is associated with all of you guys, and we're just homeowners on the other side trying to keep our property safe. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question for the abutters.
Yep.
So when you bought your property years ago, 17 years ago, you were told that the empty lot behind you was zoned, nothing would be built there?
Correct.
But then recently, you were not present at the zoning board meeting, and it was approved to
Yes.
put in another
With the first
structure
one,
there.
he had, Mr. Rapucci, the first meeting, he did not, we showed up and he did not because he had an emergency of some sort. The rescheduled meeting, we were not able to attend because we had a death in the family. My neighbor at the time, she's moved, but she was not an abutter, presented my pictures of the trees, of my letter, my concerns and so forth, and she spoke for us because of the incidents we were having.
And excuse me, that same letter that my wife is talking about is the letter I brought down to Jerry at his laundromat. that we've seen, but I know that's,
At the time, Mr. Rapucci was cordial to my husband, and we were trying to be neighborly. Again, I've lived here for 17 years. I get along with all my neighbors. Now, he's been rude, and now we're gonna have to live with that, and make it even worse, that now he's gonna be our neighbor, and we're not gonna have any kind of buffer to not have to be. We don't have to be cordial if he doesn't want to be cordial, but that's his choice. But due to the fact that now he's trying not to be, even the buffer would help a lot more. So I would appreciate your consideration in taking our property into your thoughts.
Thanks.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for? No? Okay, thanks.
Would you like a copy of my documentation with the picture and your rules?
Can
Sure,
let
just-
staff have a copy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just give it to staff. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan? Anybody wishing to speak in favor of the plan? Mr. Maynard or Mr. Rapucci, do you want to have a? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Rapucci will provide the rebuttal.
Okay, thanks. So maybe if you could definitely address the trees.
I can.
And fencing were probably the two major discussion points.
Sure.
Yep.
So, as far as the trees go, a couple of years ago, I had a professional tree service come, and they actually cut down a couple of my trees, and they trimmed out some of the trees that were there, took out all the dead stuff. And they looked at the pines in the back. One of them needs to come down. The other ones are healthy. And, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think that the trees there, I don't know if anybody went by and looked at the lot, but I think the trees actually add value to the lot, and they're pretty. They add a lot of shade, and it's not like they're just nuisance trees to me. I recognize that they're nuisance trees to my neighbors. And I certainly am willing to work with them on solving the issue. I personally don't see that like I just spend all the money and cut down my perfectly good trees because that's what they want me to do. I would be happy to work with them on that, and I would certainly be happy to make sure that the trees are healthy and not shedding limbs and that kind of thing. And I will work with them. I'm sure they're very nice people. I don't personally feel like they've been very nice to me, but I'm sure they are, and I'm sure we can work that out. As far as the fencing goes, they requested a 6 or 8 foot fence at the zoning board through a letter. They weren't there. And as you know, you can't put an 8-foot fence in without zoning relief. It's not it's not allowed. And I would certainly be opposed to that. I think 8-foot fences are bad for neighborhoods. A 6-foot fence won't be a problem, and I'm sure it will be fenced off. I just would like to point out that there's 2 sides to that fence, and any kind of buffer or any kind of blocking that my neighbor would like to see there, they certainly have the ability to put in themselves on their property. It's not a situation that it can only be done on mine. So I would be happy to work with them. I've been working on the house a lot lately, and once this happens, it'll go a lot faster. I do want to work out. I work out with all my other neighbors. My 2 abutting neighbors are. We've already made agreements on how we're going to resolve the fencing issues that are there and some tree issues that are there. So, I'm just want to make a comment on the implication on the zoning board. I'd just like to point out that the zoning board approved this 5-0. They approved this unanimously as the application, and. While I have a great relationship with people on both boards, I wouldn't say that the members of the zoning board are in any way close friends of mine that would show some kind of partiality. I think they did a fair job, and there's a good record of the zoning board meeting in the package that came forward on the approvals of that. And unless you have any other questions for me, I think that covers it. But if you don't think it does, I'll be glad to to go
I
further.
just have a little bit of further questions about the fencing. So the plan indicates there's a stockade fences on the two sides.
Yes.
And a portion of stockade, it doesn't really indicate where, there's some part of the chain link on, I'll call it the
So
new lot?
if you look at, best if I look at this drawing and I try to point it out to you.
Sure.
If you look at where the new lot will be created, the
Yep.
left side.
Got it.
If you look back and you see there's a fence line.
Yep.
Oh, I can point right here.
Take this.
Grab the mic there, Jay.
Okay, thank you.
And use your pen to point.
Okay, so the neighbors who are here tonight, their property is right here.
Yeah.
Okay, this is fences between their property and a neighboring property, and then there is a 6-foot fence that goes from here down. That's wooden. I don't know who owns that fence. It might be mine. It might be my other neighbors. I don't know. From here over is a chain link fence. I think it's probably 5 feet, it might be 6 feet, I don't really know. And they put some of those slots, the slats that go into them so that it offers some privacy. That's what's there. On this piece, there is a big fence that's really deteriorated, needs to be replaced. And my neighbors here, I've already talked to them, and we're gonna make that happen. As well as this property here, this is Chick Bolio's property. A similar situation. We're gonna mutually do something here to make the fencing nice as well. So really, it's this section right here. I'm perfectly happy to put a 6-foot fence in if that's the end result. I don't really, I'm gonna want that too, I'm sure. I think the bigger problem is the branches and the trees. And and the roots, and I feel confident that that can be worked out. I see it as a mutual negotiation. I don't see it as my problem. I see it as our problem, and as neighbors, we should be able to work it out, if that answers your question.
You're right, and you mentioned you had a tree cutting company or arborist
did.
or something come in and look at them. When was that? How long?
That was probably 2 years ago now. There was a tree here that was cut down completely. There was a tree here, a real big one, that was cut down completely right at that point. And then there's a big tree that sits right here, and that tree was pruned considerably. It had a lot of dead wood in it, and the previous owners had wrapped like lights in there for Christmas that had grown into the tree and really almost destroyed it. So there was a lot of work done on that tree, and then there's another gigantic tree back here that was also trimmed out considerably. Over here, there's I think 4 pines on this side, and there's a couple over here. One of them over here is not in great shape, and one of them, the second one in from this fence here, is just about dead, and that has to come down. Yes, there are issues with the trees that I'm happy to work with my neighbor to resolve.
So if we were to make a stipulation that you actually do, prior to development, have those inspected by an arborist, tree company, you'd be amenable to that
Well,
stipulation?
that's an expense that I don't think I would enjoy incurring, because I may end up just taking the trees down. I
Maybe
think
not.
the solution for my neighbors, I don't want to speak for them because they're already mad at me, but I think the solution is to take those trees down. I think that's the only way. They're gigantic. They're very tall pine trees. And unless we take them down, things are going to continue to fall onto their property just by the location of it. My only issue is I'm not sure that should be a cost completely incurred by me. And that's the thing I would negotiate with them. They seem to believe that it should be my obligation to remove my perfectly healthy trees because they're an inconvenience to their pool, and I don't see it that way. But I do think that's something that could be resolved. Certainly if there's something unhealthy about the trees, I'm gonna take care of that, and you can make that as a stipulation. I know one of those trees is dead and has to be taken down. The rest of it, I think it needs to be a mutual thing, more than just I take down the trees that I really do sincerely. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if you guys have gone over there, but I think the trees add a lot of value. There's the sun comes across there. Those trees shade my new lot quite a bit. So they really offer something to the property that I hate to just take away, willy-nilly. So that's where I am with that. Of course, whatever you decide to order me to do, except contribute to the sidewalk fund, I'm gonna do. I'll contribute to that too, but you know what I'm saying. If you find it necessary to order that, I will certainly comply with it.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant during the rebuttal period here? I'll give you a second. Mr. Peterson?
No, I'm just pointing.
Okay. So our meeting procedure allows one member of the public, so if the two of you want to say something, I need one person to come back up. But try to keep your remarks to just the rebuttal information, please. Yeah.
Mike Burgess, 7 Donna Street.
Yeah.
About the trees looking healthy or being healthy, and they are not. When the winter comes and the snow gathers on these trees is when there's more damage done. When the wind comes in the springtime or summertime or fall time, there's damage to the branches get stuck on branches, or they fall onto our side. For us to share the expense of these trees is a surprise, but I'm not trying to share the expense of the damage that I have done my labor or the damage done to my pool tops. I know he didn't own the property then, but I'm not trying to think about something like that. I think you mentioned it too, that the big deal is the trees with us and the fence. The house and coming up, we get that. You were right, sir, about his property line being that square footage. What you were talking about, it is pretty large. That's all I just want to say.
Do you know if that chain link fence, is that on your property?
Yes, sir.
On your property?
Yes, board. And both sides, as he spoke of going down the other side, there was a stockade fence on the left-hand side, which is our neighbors, but we have a chain link fence that goes down that side too, and it abuts all our property in our backyard around our pool. But like I said, the tree branches coming down, and luckily, thankfully, my dogs, my animals, and the children, of course, you never know, playing horseshoes, adults, everybody back there, just the wrong time. That's why they're called accidents. These tree roots do come up and over underneath. Yes, my wife has brought that up. But yes, many times the branches can come down, but there has been no injuries. A couple dollars in a pool top, I've just dealt with it. I've never seen, through the 17 years I've been there, I've never seen any tree trimming. Even when this gentleman was just up here, he mentioned other trees around the property that got trimmed, but when he went to point out the large trees, one was dead. The pine trees, he didn't mention that those got trimmed, because they didn't. Not that I'm home 24/7 hours a day, we all know that's impossible, but I'm very familiar with my yard, and those trees have been a pain, and unfortunately, he's the owner now, and this is the first time I've publicly spoken myself, so I think you can probably hear it in my voice, but that's the issue, and thank you for letting me come back up and speak again after he did.
I have a question for you about sort of where the chain link fence is.
Okay.
Is there interest for you to have another fence directly behind your fence? I mean, that's a weird
That's the,
situation that doesn't, there'd be no access between the two fences, so it's uncommon for us to want to see two, back-to-back fences.
Well, that is, but there are back-to-back fences surrounding our fence, our three-sided fence. Our neighbors to our left, theirs is decrepitated and it's
But that's
basically just
somebody
mine.
else's property.
The other two, that short side that the gentleman was speaking aside, them and the people to the right, they're relatively about 6 to 7 years old. They both have replaced those sides. So we're looking for the privacy and the bumper or buffer, or how that is there. But again, the main thing is those trees. Once the snow gets on them, it weakens the branches, then the wind comes in. We all live in New England, I believe, and it's a healthy-looking, huge pine tree, never mind 5 of them. One is leaning not toward our property, but it's toward his neighbors, one of his other neighbors. It's leaning very bad, but they're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss the ones
Okay.
And we've had multiple problems. It's just, we're here to talk about it because we're allowed this moment.
Okay.
And again, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. Yep. Okay, so, anybody from, the board wishing to, ask any further questions of the applicant or staff or in the hearing here?
Yes, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like
Sure.
to ask Mr. Maynard.
Sure. Yep.
So, Mr. Maynard, you know, this is my last meeting,
Okay.
and you said regarding engineering's comments earlier, there are a few outstanding ones, and which you would address.
Well, the typical outstanding engineering issues has to do with the building permit, and they're typically the sewer service connection profile and the driveway profile. Until we have a house to be built, or somebody to build there, I don't know what they are. So what I have provided you on drawing number 3 is a suggested idea how it might work out with some spot elevations and stuff, just to make sure it can work. But I can't give you a specific design because we don't have a buyer for the lot and a house designed on it, so that's the typical things that linger on beyond planning board, and they end up in the building permit stage.
So the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm going to try to appeal as the last effort here. It's very difficult for the engineering reviewer to look at plans prepared in this fashion and not be able to assess the impacts. Now, there's no doubt that the site is fairly easy to engineer, but many plans prepared by you, and you have done hundreds, if not thousands of two-lot subdivisions, we have evidence that when they go forward without a thorough engineering review, there are a lot of impacts that neighbors and the public right-of-way can't deal with. We have recent examples. We don't see other engineers coming in with plans that's, say, illustrative only or no driveway profile, because the city process is not that is not that organized such that we can get these things after this board approves it. We have driveways that are too flat. We have abutters from Donna Street that we paved the street and we can't deal with the driveways because they're too flat or too steep. Or we have cases where sewer connections can't make the pitch, and we have sewer connections that are going uphill. We have those situations. So it is in everybody's interest that a plan with a little extra effort of engineering can be reviewed properly, and then everybody's happy when it's all said and done. So I'm just asking, going forward, if you can do a little bit more.
First of all, the planning board is only approving a building lot. They're not approving a house. They're only approving a lot. No more, no less, and that's all the purview is. We give a courtesy so people can get an idea of what might happen on that lot, but we definitely do not know what it happens. At the time of building permit, all of these issues are determined. They go through review by your engineers. And some of them are more capable than others, but there is no reason why an engineer can't review a building permit plan with a sewer profile and a driveway profile, and the matter is not taken care of. I've done thousands of these, and your implication that you have problems because of my plans, I take big umbrage of that, because, you know, I'm not going to get into a spitting contest here, but you know, the person you have reviewing these plans is not even a professional engineer. So, you know, I don't care for that kind of accusation, and you're wrong. If your engineers reviewed a building permit plan that has a sewer profile and has a driveway profile, that's where it happens. And you can adjust the house, you can put a different house, you can adjust the grades, and that's the time when you know exactly what house is gonna go on there, what side of the house the driveway comes on, whether it's a front entry, side entry, there's all kinds of different variables. This board is approving a lot, not a house. And it's up to whoever buys this lot, wants to build a home, to decide what they want to do there. These are not pre-sold lots. We don't know what kind of house is there. We do the best we can to show you what could happen. And it's called illustrative for that point of view, because it's not what is definitely going to happen. It's just an idea of what might happen, and that's all we can do for you at this time. So your implication that you have problems has more to do with your people than it does my plan. Thank you.
I do not have implications. I'm not, what I have is evidence that there are problems. And Mr. Mandola is a professional engineer. He has a license. And the reviewer before him and the reviewer before that person, they're all professional engineers. And as I
Mr.
said-
Maynard, I got a question for you.
Excuse me, that is not correct. The reviewer of these plans is not a PE.
Mr. Mandola has a PE.
He does not.
He doesn't have a New Hampshire PE.
He does not have a New Hampshire PE.
Right, but he has a Massachusetts PE.
I don't want to hear that. We're in New Hampshire.
I have questions for you, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you. Yes.
In your professional opinion, is this lot going to be difficult to make connections to the water and sewer?
This is a straightforward, simple
Okay.
lot.
The plan in front of me has, it's just a clarification. It's got some sort of like 2, 3, 4, it's like 7 dark circles around. What's that meant to indicate? I'm just,
Well,
I don't know. Is
it's
that,
supposed to be my staff's idea where some existing trees exist.
okay.
You're on drawing number 2, right?
It's on a couple of drawings.
Yes.
2, 3, yeah. I'm just,
But
yeah.
I can't swear to the accuracy because
Okay.
my survey staff doesn't go around and locate every tree running around because it's not part of the,
But that's not an intent to indicate new trees?
no.
Okay.
And the trees are concerned are all, as they showed in the picture, I don't know where it went, but
Yeah.
they're all along the back line, and
Okay.
the problem is the branches, not the trunks themselves, which seem to be about 4 to 5 feet inside the property, so. And the branches probably like any tree, overhang the property line, yeah.
All right,
So-
that's the only questions I have.
And by the way, screening between single-family homes is not a requirement nor allowed in the ordinance, so all these people that want screening because somebody wants to build a house next to them, that's not in the purview of the planning board. If the people want to agree to mutually put a fence up, that's fine, but the idea that you can require screening between single-family house is not allowed in the ordinance, so. But I did hear him volunteer to work on the fence, so.
Thanks. Any other questions of the applicant from the board or for staff? No? Okay.
Mr. Terry?
Yeah.
Just one thing, if you do decide to approve this plan, I would just ask that you add a stipulation number 12, incorporating Mr. Mendola's comments, that prior to building permit, all comments in Joe Mendola's email dated August 22nd shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the engineering department.
Prior to building
Right.
permit? The comments from city engineer Mendoza?
Put PE
Mandola.
behind that.
What's that?
Joseph Mandola.
Mandola.
PE.
What was the date?
August 22nd?
22 August 19, be incorporated. Okay. Okay. I think the applicant might have something else to say. We're still in the hearing at this point, so. Is this specific to the trees
Yes,
and?
no, I'd just like to respectfully point out that when that stipulation has been added recently, it's also had language where if something couldn't be worked out, it will come back to the planning board.
Right.
And I would just ask that you include that in this application as well, rather than just have it state that we have to do whatever the engineering department tells us. If there's a dispute between us and them, I'd like it to be able to come back here. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions by the board? Okay, at this point, I'm gonna close the hearing on this, application. So, we have a subdivision plan in front of us. It's a pretty straightforward two-lot to, one lot to two-lot. We've already heard from the applicant regarding the, non-conformance of the existing lot with regard to size, but that's been through zoning, and that's typically a zoning item, not something that the planning board gets involved with. We've had, some discussion, we've got the waivers that have been requested. We've obviously got the consideration from the applicant that he's not, agreeing to a payment in lieu or not asking for one. We've talked about adding a stipulation for the building permit, for prior to building permit, that the city engineer Mandola's comments dated August 22nd be incorporated, and that if those, to be in agreement with staff, and if not, to come back to the planning board. Then we've had discussions about these trees on the sort of corner of the lot. Applicants indicated that there are a couple of them in his opinion, that may or may not be in a healthy condition. Has indicated a willingness to deal with those. That's something in our purview that we can talk about. And then we've talked about a fence. They're between that new lot essentially and the butter, and where there's currently a chain link. So, I'm happy to hear anybody's comments. I'll give you mine with regard to the trees. I think if you're doing development, then you are the one that's a good time to deal with trees. And I don't personally have an issue with stipulations relating to bringing in a professional to at least gauge the trees themselves. That's just my opinion.
Point of order, you have to deal with the waivers, Mr. Chairman, first.
Yeah, I can deal with those whenever I want, Mr. Maynard, so.
Yeah, we should be taking advice.
Yeah, we're in the meeting right now.
Meeting,
so.
yeah.
And then, this fence, I don't know, back-to-back fencing is weird to me, but it's something.
It's not uncommon.
You can think about, but I could go either way on that.
Kind of hard to maintain between them, but.
Oh, may I
Yeah.
comment on that?
Go ahead, Mr.
Back-to-back
Peterson.
fence isn't gonna stop tree debris from coming over.
Yeah, I wasn't
Doesn't solve
thinking
any
that's for
problems.
trees.
No.
It's a buffer.
And then, with regard to the sidewalk situation, I don't know, I mean, I think that part of the city myself is probably, could use sidewalks. I think that's about a quarter of the street. And it's just my 2 cents.
Regarding the sidewalks,
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
looked it up on, Google Maps. There's no sidewalks on either side of that street, so that would be the only sidewalk in
Right.
front of the
Even
applicant's
close
house.
250 feet
Yeah,
is nothing,
so that's something to consider as well, I
Yeah.
agree. As far as applying contributions, we've certainly applied it across the whole frontage on a lot of cases. We have also, in some instances, just to be fair to talk about it, when a new lot is created and the existing lot is essentially, or the existing house area is not changing, we've applied it to the new frontage.
So is this $5,200
That would be for the 2 lots minus
minus the
two driveways.
2 driveways? That's the amount.
Right.
May I comment on that?
Sure, Mr. Peterson, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, you know, we've had this ongoing policy of applying the in lieu of cost to, instead of building a regular sidewalk. And this question has gone around the board many times, and we've had Nashua legal counsel tell us the way we should handle it. So I think we should stick with whatever policies we've been advised by our own paid Nashua legal counsel until we hear otherwise from the court.
Yep.
And then the other thing is, basically, that's it. Yep. Thanks.
And can we review what that advice was from legal?
I'd ask staff maybe to comment on that.
Actually, I have
Yeah.
Attorney Bolton's letter, his email. Not too long.
Ow.
And I think in your folders also the sidewalk workshop minutes as well.
Yeah, we have that in our folders.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we can pass that down and read it, so. But I mean, you really have a couple of different ways we can go. You know, you can request the sidewalk if you think it's needed.
Yeah.
You can.
Okay, so let's stop there. Request a
deny the
sidewalk
waiver,
of,
Essentially, so,
if you request a sidewalk, you're talking about the
well, it'd be.
full frontage.
Yeah, it'd be denied the waiver, essentially,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
The sidewalk's already in the ordinance, so.
Yeah.
So,
It
and that would
yeah.
be for both,
Would
both
be-
houses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so.
May I
that-
comment on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Even if the lot is subdivided into two lots, there's still one owner. So I think it should be applied to both lots.
Yeah.
It is.
It's not two different owners that you have to address.
Yeah,
That would be consistent.
yeah, I'm trying to go through sort of the options right now,
Yeah.
so before, you know. So we have the option of, denying the waiver, which is essentially saying we'll allow the plan with the sidewalk constructed, period. We have the option of, granting the waiver, of the sidewalk, and as part of a stipulation requiring a contribution in an amount. Our typical contribution that we've required has been as calculated in the staff report for the whole frontage.
Yeah.
I think we still do have the option, and we haven't exercised that option in situations where we didn't think sidewalks were needed, that only the, I'll call it the new lot that's created, be assessed that value.
Yeah.
We have done that in the years that I've been here.
Yeah, we've done that, but we have to go with a policy established.
Sure.
Right.
I'm just laying out the
Yeah,
options.
We
Oh,
should
yeah.
revisit
Yeah.
that. I don't think it's appropriate to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, we have the option to not do anything, so.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm interested in everybody's opinion, go
Yeah.
ahead, so.
When you say not do anything, mean no requirement to put in sidewalks and no
Approve
in
the
lieu of
waiver.
cost, just pretend it doesn't exist.
Approve the waiver and not request the, contribution. We have
If-
all those options.
If we do it that way, where you provide the waiver, but charge nothing,
Mhm.
that would avoid future court case.
Maybe,
We-
maybe not.
that
I
shouldn't
don't-
come into,
I don't- that
that's
doesn't
not part of the
matter.
discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That
that
would be
last option,
speculative.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Of not, of waiving completely, how do you determine that that option is the one we should
Say
take?
that again, which one?
The last one is that, no sidewalk needed, as well as no contribution in lieu of.
I'm not saying that I agree or disagree.
No, I'm
with
saying,
it.
how do you apply that option? What kind of criteria you use?
How do you justify it?
I think we have the option, to do that. I don't see where anything that says we can't.
Are you saying it's the
It's-
board's
it's-
prerogative?
I would say it's inconsistent with what we've done before, but I'm not saying we don't have that option.
Yeah,
so,
we have the option.
Yeah, so,
I think.
That's my opinion.
That's a slippery slope.
Yes, it is.
I don't disagree.
It is.
But I'm not saying I don't have the option to do that.
Oh,
is all I'm saying.
may I comment on that? It
Mr.
would also
Peterson?
appear, he said it's a slippery slope, it would also appear we're making an exception to what we normally do to a current member of the planning board, and that doesn't look good.
Whether it's a member of the planning
can-
board or
you
not,
can't bring
doesn't
that in
matter to me.
either.
Doesn't
That's-
matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter to me either
In
way.
fact, Mr. Rupucci asked us not to do so.
Right. Mr. Weber? Ms. Harper?
I mean, for me, there's two choices. Granting the waiver and having a stipulation in lieu of, or we require the sidewalk work based on everything that we've done recently.
Okay.
I-
Mr. Weber?
Yeah, I would always do what we always have done, and I've said it before, and we need to be standard. We have to keep in compliance what we normally do. There's other exceptions, but they're really different exceptions. I'd like to comment on the trees.
Sure.
I don't think we can tell this applicant what he can do or can't do with his trees, or he needs this or he needs that. I think as a stipulation under what we can say, what I would say is work with your neighbors and understand you have a liability there gonna happen with some of the trees. If they fall on, just fall down on his neighbor's yard, he's got huge liability coming right at him, and the prudent thing would be to take actions, like you said, during renovations. Go through there, get somebody in there that knows what they're doing, take out the liability, because it's gonna be, but.
Yeah, I don't agree that we can't stipulate something be done with the trees. We routinely stipulate
Oh.
to add them, so I don't know why
Okay.
we can't routinely
All right, I
move 'em.
don't recall, that's
Frankly.
why. I don't
We-
recall.
We routinely add requirements. We added it in the last
Oh.
case to increase buffer,
Yeah.
your opinion, but I do think we can do that.
Okay.
If we want. Mr. Bollinger, you have any comments? I'm interested in your thoughts as well.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the situation. This is my first meeting, and we were basically
Welcome
requested
aboard.
to not do something for reasons which are not entirely clear to me, other than cost, and cost is certainly an element. I'm trying to get a feel from the other board members as to what is typically done in these situations. Under what circumstances would a waiver for a sidewalk, when it is so stipulated in ordinance, be waived? Is that a typical waiver, or is that not?
Waiving a
typical?
sidewalk in the construction of one is common in areas where there are none currently, none close to where they are, and not in locations where the city sidewalk plans have already, have not indicated them to be a priority. So that's not uncommon. That's very common, actually.
So about a sidewalk,
Mr.
you know,
Duker?
Mr. Rupucci did a good job, already making his case. Take to Superior, I think it is. But that's not for us to act on.
Yeah.
That's why we have Corporation Council.
Right.
And unless we were anticipating this, we could have had him, we could have arranged to have Corporation Council here. So I think we have to stay the course and apply the rules that we have done consistently, at least when we had, that last discussion with the Corporation Council.
Mm-hmm.
And if this turns out to be a court case that the city has problems defending it,
Yep.
then we'll have to make adjustments then.
We do have the option to table this motion and get another, have Corporation Council read Mr. Pucci's request and provide further guidance for us on what, I mean, that's a legitimate, we can do that. If you don't, if people feel like they have enough information, I mean, I know some of you are new and you've had a chance to read maybe, or been involved in this discussions before. That's an option we can take. Someone can make that motion if they want.
Question for you.
Yeah.
If we had an arborist go on the property to review it, can we, does the board feel like we can have them remove those dead trees?
I mean, I think you could make a stipulation to, you know, if they're deemed unhealthy by a certified arborist.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm interested in, you know, are we moving forward, do people feel like they have the right guidance?
I do.
From Corporation Council at this point to, or is somebody looking for more? Because if that's the case, then, you know, that takes us in a different direction anyway,
Yeah,
so.
I have plenty.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Peters.
I think before this board makes a decision on the sidewalk question, that we should consult Corporation Council to make our final decision.
Okay.
We just can't be thinking, well, we've done it this way in the past, let's just do it. Let's get a real opinion from somebody who can take the applicant's concerns into account. It's all written up.
Well,
Let the council look at it.
My hope is that if he gives an opinion that differs from what we've always done, I hope it's not just for this applicant. I hope this is,
Yeah,
you know, it's for all applicants. We've got to be fair to everybody.
Right, you have to be consistent.
all right.
Make a
Mr.
motion if
Weber?
you guys are ready.
Does anybody else have any discussion items before Mr. Weber makes a motion? I would ask if you are gonna make a motion to table to talk to Corporation Council, that we maybe ask staff what the right, procedure is,
I'm sorry, with the right what?
procedure.
Make a motion to table to get an opinion from Corporation Council.
We have to give a specific reason why we're, what-
To discuss Mr. Rapucci's letter dated September 12th, and then we can have a date certain. We'll come back October 3rd is the next planning board meeting.
okay? All right. So,
I'll make a motion to
I
table.
mean, you make the motions, we'll decide whether we're gonna, you know, go with the motion or not anyway, so.
Okay.
We've got one coming, so.
I was gonna make a motion to approve, but does anybody want not approve? Otherwise, I'm gonna approve.
Oh, no. I'd like to make a motion that we table a decision on new business number 4 until we get an opinion from Corporation Council regarding the applicant's concerns about the sidewalk in lieu of
I
fee.
think Mr. Weber was in a motion, so you need to finish your motion. I mean, we can not
Okay,
second that motion.
one at a
but
time.
You need to finish your
Okay.
motion. You can't, I can't switch motions
Unless he withdraws.
unless you withdraw, yeah.
I'll withdraw.
Okay,
I'll withdraw. Let him.
all right, Mr.
Shall I restate, or?
Yes.
We heard it all.
No, restate, please.
In restating my motion, I request that we table new business number 4, 7 Gaffney Road, until we hear from Corporation Council regarding the in lieu of fee for this property, and ask that the Corporation Council take into account the applicant's concerns regarding the sidewalk fee.
All right, so we have a motion to,
Make specific, Mr. Chairman, please.
we will, so if you're gonna make that motion, you should have, just pick a table date.
We ask that the Corporation Council render an opinion prior to our upcoming October 3rd Nashua Planning Board meeting.
All right, so let me restate it and tell me if I'm restating it right. So we have a motion for new business number 4, subdivision plan, 7 Gaffney Road. That motion is that the the planning board is gonna table that, that new business, to an October 3rd, planning board meeting for the purpose of obtaining consultation from Corporation Counsel regarding, in particular, the sidewalk discussion for this application. Is that accurate?
Yes, I'd like to add that the Corporation Council take into account the written concerns provided to us by the applicant.
Got it. Okay. So do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Dukran. Do you have any further discussion before we vote?
I think this motion gives us some breathing room, takes the pressure off.
Okay.
Especially for you.
All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion passes, okay? Table to October 3rd. All right, so moving on. Case number 5, new business subdivision plan, FlexWit LLC and ZJBV Properties LLC. Application and acceptance of proposed lot line relocation. This property is located at 159 Temple Street and 159-161 Temple Street.
He's got,
Could I have a motion as to whether this application?
I can use that one.
Quick
Okay.
break.
Well, because then I can point.
Would you mind
Okay.
taking a quick bathroom
That'll
break?
work.
Yeah, why don't we,
What?
I'm in the middle of, I haven't asked for the motion yet, so that's
Okay.
okay. We're in. Let's
Take
make
a
it,
quick break. Sorry,
just
guys.
a few minutes.
Hold it.
Recess for a couple.
That's right.
Yeah, we are for like,
Wait till, like,
5
so
minutes.
sore. Sitting.
So I have already read in new business subdivision plan case number 5. Does anybody have a chance to take a look at the application and want to make a motion as to whether it's ready to take jurisdiction?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to take jurisdiction from Mr. Peterson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Weber. All those, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None, that motion passes. Okay, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Michael Malinowski. I'm with Allen & Major Associates. We are here tonight representing Flexwit LLC as well as ZJVB properties. The properties are located at 158 through 169 Temple Street. It consists of 2 parcels. There's a small triangular parcel located in this corner that's owned by Flexwit LLC. The owner, Chris Eckler, is here with me. The larger property is this one, lot number 31. It consists of about 2.9 acres. And if most of you were aware, we had been in the previous month for a development on that property. We're here before you tonight to relocate a portion of the property line between the 2 parcels. So what we're proposing to do is take approximately 8,000 square feet out of this larger lot and combine it with this small lot. That small lot right now is about 1,900 square feet in area. So when we add the 2, we will get a combination of 10,000 square feet of lot area. Both of those properties are within the G1 district. The minimum requirement is a 5,000 square foot lot.
Okay.
The purpose of the lot is to provide future access and an unencumbered connection between the properties. So currently, Flexwit LLC owns this little parcel here. He also owns several parcels up in the back. So with the development of this larger piece of property, we've relocated a property line to combine so that there's a sort of connection between common owners as part of the process.
Presumably for like a drive or something like that. Yeah.
There could be something in the future. It also provides ease to utility connections.
Okay.
There's gas, water, sewer in Temple Street that now has the ability to, should there be something deemed in the future.
Okay.
We don't have any plans for that right now, but we're just making provisions for that.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
I just wanted, I guess staff could help me answer this. So should this be a driveway to provide access to the backside of Flexwit properties? What kind of permit process they have to go through for approval?
They have to get a curb cut with DPW in order to put an entrance in there.
Okay.
Do they have to do a site plan for the driveway itself?
Probably not just the driveway if they're just getting a curb cut, but it would have to be approved through DPW in order to get the curb cut opening there at that, because there's like a little roundabout right there.
Right.
Yeah, and at this point, we're just asking for simple approval for the lot line.
Right, yeah, I get it.
If they're gonna redevelop the sites, it's sometime then they'll have to come back to the planning board.
Because that little roundabout, you know, it is difficult to put an access there. And especially in light of your previously approved plan, the traffic that will be generated by that development. So in approving that curb cut, Public Works Engineering will have to look at the traffic impacts and the...
If that's something that's deemed in the future, yeah, we'll have to go through the process with the DPW and whatever stipulations that your staff and engineers come up with for that typical review process. But that's something that's dealt with directly with DPW under the curb cut application process. So at the planning board, it's simply we're asking to approve a lot line relocation.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
We do, just to clarify too, we do have a waiver request.
Okay.
It's currently in. The waiver request is for item 190-282.B.9, and it's to provide existing conditions for both the property and within 1,000 square feet. Since the purpose of the plan is to simply relocate a lot line and form official lots, part of the recording process, we get scrutinized on how clean or what type of information is on the plan. When this plan gets recorded, the registry's only looking at how big the lots are, where's the property lines, and that's it.
Yep, okay. Anything else for the applicant? No? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan? Anybody wishing to speak in favor of the plan? Any final questions for staff or the applicant from the board during the hearing?
I have
Mr.
a
Peterson?
question.
Yeah?
My question is pretty basic. When I look at the staff report under project description, it says we want to remove 8,137 square feet from lot 31. And when I look at the map up, I still don't see lot 31. Maybe you can just point it out to me?
The big lot. That's lot 31.
Got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now I'm on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Hearing none, go ahead and close the hearing and move into the meeting. Pretty straightforward. Seems like if there's any issues with driveway or something, that the curb cut process would address that. So I don't have any issues. Anybody else? Anybody want to make a motion? Mr. Weber?
Okay. New business number 5, subdivision. Flexwit LLC, ZIBV Properties LLC, located at 159 through 161 Temple Street. Finding the plan meets NRO 190, 138G, with one waiver, 190, 282B9, which requires existing condition plans, is granted. Finding the waiver will not be contrary to spirit and intent of the regulation, 2 through 4 as written.
So we have a motion to approve with the 4 stipulations and the approved waiver request as indicated by Mr. Weber. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bollinger. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That motion passes. Okay, thanks.
Everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. New business site plans, case number 7, Chop Acquisition LLC, care of WS Asset Management, Inc., owner, Floor Decor applicant. Application and acceptance of proposed amendment to NR 1483 to renovate existing building and add 7,507, I assume that's square foot, building addition. The property is located at 255 through 269 Amherst Street. Has anybody from the board had a chance to take a look at this new business number 7? Make a motion as whether to take jurisdiction?
So moved.
We have a motion to take jurisdiction by Mr. Weber. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. That motion passes. Okay, so we have the applicant and their representatives here. Floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Parker Lang. I'm with Centerpoint on behalf of Floor and Decor, proposed tenant here. I also have our civil engineer and a representative of the property management company.
Okay.
So as described, we're looking at this portion of the building as you see in the cursor here. I don't know if we can flip over back to the site plan, but we can zoom in on that. I just wanted to give you a general overview of the shopping center that it's in.
Yep.
It's located at the end here. So existing tenants right now, it was a former Staples as well as the Bob store, and we're looking to combine both of those spaces and then add the additional square footage where this loading dock is here. There would be an addition here, as well as bumping this out here to create a new loading dock area. So Floor & Decor, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the tenant. They're a hard surface flooring company, so they do tile, wood, stone, and all the accessories for install. They primarily sell to kind of do-it-yourselfers as well as contractors alike. Someone wants to remodel their bathroom or house, you can go in there and they have everything in stock on the shelves. So you walk through and it's bulk aisles with all their products on display. So I can flip over.
Yeah, make sure you take the mic with you. when
Oh,
people
yep.
anywhere, yeah.
Oh, is there? Okay, maybe I can just keep it on here.
Sure, yeah.
There we go. Oh.
Okay.
So here is our site plan, and we are here for a site plan. It is a building remodel, just to be clear, but we're here for the site plan to add the additional square footage that exceeds 10% of our project. So the new additional area would be the customer pickup area, and this area is for when customers buy large quantities of product, they can back their truck up and there's a roll-up door and they can load the product in with a forklift or manually as needed. And then our new addition over here is for the loading dock area. There's a trash compactor as well and 2 loading bays. And then this additional bump out would just be kind of back of house staging area for all their incoming product. The building elevations, I'm not sure if we have those on here. Are those on here as well? Oh, here we go. So here is the
Yep, okay.
facade modifications. I think should be in the packet as well.
Yep.
Here's the front of the building. So, like I mentioned earlier, it's currently 2 spaces. There is kind of 3 kinds of different bricks on the front of the elevations currently. There's 2 storefronts, so we're combining that and creating a tower in front to provide a cohesive front of the space. This will all be EFIS, same material throughout. So this is their corporate colors and what you'd see at all their other stores.
Okay.
As far as screening of the rooftop units, we are raising the parapet, so you won't be able to see any of the units. In addition to that, we are providing additional screening of the units on top of the roof itself, so you won't even be able to see the screening enclosure due to the parapet. I think we looked at it about 500 feet back is when you'd start to even see the roof enclosure peeking above the parapet. So there is a residential, I believe it's apartments back behind the building. So we added the additional enclosure for sight and noise.
Okay.
I will talk about traffic a little bit. So with the reuse of this space, we did provide a traffic study in our submittals. I would note, though, Floor & Decor is a really low traffic generator for a retailer. Like I said, it's not your typical retailer, so people shop here maybe once or twice in their entire life. So you wouldn't just stop by on the way after work to pick up a quick pallet of tile. It's a once in a lifetime, kind of twice in a lifetime shopping experience. So we have done an independent traffic analysis on, I think, 7 other of their stores that are in operation, and it shows that it's well under what the ITE rates show in our packet that we submitted. As far as site improvements, we do have a couple site modifications due to adding the additional square footage. We are removing, I believe, 12 parking stalls, but our new use would be well in compliance with the current parking codes. We are seeking 6 waivers as part of this application. We tried to comply with the code everywhere we could. This being a remodel, I think is attributed to most of the asks there. One being for the lighting plan. We're not changing in the site lighting on site, so we won't be providing that, as well as landscaping. There's no current landscape islands. We are adding a landscape island here where we are improving the site, but other than that, we aren't touching the rest of the lot and won't be providing a full landscaping plan for that. The third is in regards to the existing utilities. All the utility modifications will be interior to the building, so we aren't providing a full utility plan. The fourth is for existing easements. We do have easements shown on our property or as part of our project, but we don't have that information for the entire area. And then the fifth and sixth are for the facade features. So I'll flip back to the proposed elevations here. So the one that we really had a tough time was the varying planes. We did provide pilasters situated throughout the front of the facade as well as the towers for variation. But I think the projections, we looked at it and just wasn't feasible with the existing constraints, the building envelope and the sidewalk at the front of the store. So we will be asking for those 6 waivers. And we do support all staff's findings and all the conditions that were in the report. So if you have any questions, be happy to answer them, as well as we have our civil engineer here and a representative from Florida Core. So.
Okay. So is the covered sort of walkway, it starts at like Whole Foods and stuff, does that continue across the front of the store?
Yeah, so this project is adjacent to the AC Moore, so I believe it's Whole Foods, AC Moore, and then, yeah, so we'd be removing that whole front of the building, and it, like I said, it's that brick kind of facade, so we're tearing all that down and doing EFS up the front.
Yeah,
So that'll be set back.
My specific question is, so like when you're walking from your front doors to, say, Whole Foods, are you undercover? You know, right now you can walk the length of that mall, for all practical purposes, under a canopy, right?
Right.
Is it gonna still be like that?
No, so we're taking all that back in front of our store. I can't speak to the AC Moore. If it's like
covered,
that currently,
yeah,
then yeah.
Is there a reason why you don't want that?
Want
Is there a reason
covered?
why you don't? Yeah, I mean, it kind of facilitates store to store, you know, kind of.
Sure, I mean,
walking
yeah.
when it's raining and snow and, you know.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are the prototypical elevations, so that's kind of their branded storefront.
Get it.
Yeah.
Ms. Harper?
A quick question. I'm not familiar with this store, so I just have a question about it. You had mentioned earlier that, you know, most people only go there a couple times in their lives, but is this the type of retail store where you're also going to be having contractors and developers purchasing a lot of product as well?
Yeah, so a lot of their business is contractors, so a lot of times it is kind of someone that wants to remodel, they'll go with a contractor and go pick something out, and then they would either take it right there, or the contractor would go at a later date and pick it up. But yeah, it is a lot of contracting business as well.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Question on number 10. Can you explain that to me? Number 10, stipulation.
Yeah. That might be for staff, maybe. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I can, this is an email correspondence. I understand there's still a question from the city about documenting the Ruby Tuesdays. Was attempted to be reached. As you and I discussed, Ruby Tuesdays has vacated the property, and WS Development is the property manager for that site, which is in common ownership with the rest of the plaza. not owned by Ruby Tuesdays, just leased by them. With this in mind, we do not believe there is any other information you will need from Ruby Tuesdays at this time. And that's just clarifying the ownership. So they've done that, yeah.
Then the other
Yeah.
question, so is WS Assessment Management, Inc., are they the owners of the whole entire? Yeah.
Yeah, she can. did
Hi,
quite a
my
bit of
name is
research.
Amelia Abuff. I represent WS Asset Management, the property manager, on behalf of CHOP LLC, the property owner. There are two different parcels that comprise this site in total. They are both owned by CHOP LLC. Both were acquired at the same time in July of 2014. Ruby Tuesdays has since that time been the holder of a ground lease for the Ruby Tuesdays building. Since they have vacated the building, it has reverted back to WS as the property manager for it by default. But because Ruby Tuesdays has been, as part of its ground lease obligations, the taxpayer directly to the city for it, the time of its lease, Ruby Tuesdays is on the tax assessor's website as the contact information for the parcel. So I've been assured by the appraiser's office that it is in fact clear to them on their side of the system what the ownership situation is, but I think it appears differently in maybe the city's website.
Okay, I have a question or a statement for you. Whole Foods, part of Whole Foods, and since you're owning the whole place, has a dumpster that's not enclosed. It needs to be enclosed.
Thank you. I'll make sure that gets relayed to our operations team.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for staff with regard, I mean, this facility is gonna have a, essentially a compactor, right, with a, it's like a dumpster attached to the compactor, right? What is the ordinance with regard to that type of?
You're not gonna have an interior dumpster, are you, or?
So it's a compactor, but it loads from the interior, so there's an opening, you know,
Right.
throw it in. And
But it essentially is a dumpster connected to a compactor.
Yes.
Yeah, so the ordinance requires screening of a dumpster.
Technically, yeah.
So, you know, I think it's a little bit different situation, you know.
It is, and I would just refer it to have staff work with the applicant to address the city ordinance and let the city ordinance deem what's there. We don't have to.
Yeah.
And I will add one thing. So, I mean, just to relay the location, it'll be back here in this corner, and this is heavily wooded.
It's pretty visible from the highway, though. Yeah, that whole lot is like, as you're driving, the highway's high.
Sure,
so
yeah.
You're looking right down on that whole thing as you drive over.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think logistically how that would.
Well, I've seen, I would suggest just working with, because
Yeah, I don't know if we have a good solution, but there is an ordinance there that applies.
I think
so,
that,
yeah.
I've seen everywhere else dumpsters that are out in the open and not having a problem. You have dumpsters that are open, enclosed, but these kind of dumpsters are fit so that it doesn't have open, you don't have this debris coming out. It's totally, the dumpster isn't kind of really completely enclosed.
Right.
But let ordinance take over, I would suggest, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I don't
Aesthetic
I don't really have an issue. I just don't want it to be brought up later and you'd be surprised.
Sure.
So, okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yes,
Mr. Ballinger?
Mr. Chair. How frequently do you expect deliveries of your merchandise, and by what means will they be delivered?
Yeah, so it is large delivery trucks, and more frequently, obviously, when they're first getting going, but at maturity, it's like 4 to 8 times a week. So it's pretty low. It's not like every day or twice a day or anything.
Okay. And I know that that intersection was just reconstructed fairly recently. I assume your engineer has thrown some templates on there to make sure they can maneuver larger tractor trailers. Are you getting any double trailers with those? I just want to make sure they're not completely destroying new curb and pavement that was just put up a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I know we've looked at, go ahead.
Matt Bombasi with Bowler Engineering. We have a program that we use for truck simulations. We have run a WB67 truck, which is the anticipated truck. And I assume that Whole Foods has similar deliveries as well coming to their facility.
Thank you.
Mr. Weber?
On your number 4, showing are those showing existing trees or are those new trees on those islands?
On the islands?
Yep.
Yeah, those would be new trees.
Okay, because you didn't have you said no landscaping plans and you didn't foresee any new landscaping, so is that existing or is that something that you guys are putting in?
Yeah, so we're adding, correct me if I'm wrong, we're adding this landscape island as well as this one right here.
Yeah. There was a landscaping waiver for the whole development. There's specific landscape requirements. For our section, we are providing a few different landscape islands with shade trees to provide landscaping, to the maximum
It's
that we
important.
can for our area.
Landscaping around a lot of parking lots because the heat just transfers. So that's what I look for as landscaping on those. Thank you.
Other questions of the applicant by the board? All right, at this time, is anybody in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or favor to the plan? No? Okay. Any final questions? I guess I would like to ask about the canopy. I mean, it's an odd scenario where the canopy on the front of that mall is gonna stop now. And, I'm interested in the impact that continuing the canopy down to your entrance over, I mean, it looks like you're putting in a new concrete walk in front, but you're essentially gonna be walking from AC Moore and then that's just gonna be you're gonna stop, and you're gonna have no more canopy at that point. I don't know how much cross-traffic there's gonna be between the mall and your store, but it might help you. When it gets nasty out, people don't wanna do that, so.
Yeah, and then that was the decision of just trying to achieve,
Is it a visual?
Yeah.
That it's, okay.
yeah, we are at the end, so it would only just be,
Yeah, I'm not
just
necessarily
affect you.
married to it, but it's,
Sure.
yeah, you're not, you wouldn't be cutting it off from somebody else, so that's a little bit, that
Right.
is part of it. If there was another store to your right, I think that would be an impact. but-
and I will add, there is a canopy, I
Over
mean,
your
at the customer
driveway.
loading
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, no, it was really for store-to-store walking. you
Yeah,
know,
no,
so-
understood.
Yeah, people leave Whole Foods and they just walk down, back and forth.
Well, part of it's parking,
had the
right?
experience.
Part of it's parking, right? So like the Whole Foods side, the parking is pretty tight. So if you go there, that side of the lot is pretty full. So you'll end up parking down towards this store and then walking down the canopy, if you will, to Whole Foods, so. But I think it's far enough down too, there's quite a bit of parking before you get to your particular facade component, so. Okay, other questions from board? No? All right, thanks. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions for staff or the applicant, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing and start the meeting here, so. To me, it seems like a good use. I'm not a huge fan of unoccupied stores, particularly when they're like right off the highway there. Pretty successful area, particularly with the new traffic patterns, which are significantly improved, I think, over the last couple of years. So, the waivers that have been presented are pretty typical for this kind of retrofit landscaping plan. I think they're showing the landscaping that's related to the development that's taken place. The lighting is not being changed, so we already have a site plan with that in place. The utilities, I don't think, they're not cutting back out to them anyway. And then the easements, again, is more of a overall lot item. And the facade, we have certainly approved, variations from our standard facade, architectural requirements for, stores that have a particular brand look, so. And that's pretty consistent with the rest of that building, so. So I don't have any issues with any of these waivers, but I'll be interested if, does anybody else have any discussion items there? No. I think if whoever's making the motion may want to, indicate that the applicant work with staff to address, the implications of the dumpster ordinance, at least to the satisfaction of staff, so. And is the letter, the D on number 13, is that different?
That needs to be corrected.
That needs to be the 12th?
Correct.
Yeah, so if you're reading off the stipulation, staff stipulation number 13, that date should actually, there's a newer version, so it should be September 12th, 2019. So those are the only
And
things.
number 14 stays the same?
Yeah, I think 14's fine, that's the fire, right, so.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. That's-
Okay. Any other discussion points? All right, anybody willing to make a motion? Mr. Weber?
Okay. New business, number 7, site plan. Owner, WSSS Management, Inc., applicant Floor Decor, located at 255 through 269 Amherst Street. Finding the plan meets NRO 190, 146D. First waiver is 190 through 184, 274, 279P, which requires landscape plan to include landscape islands for every 10 parking spaces, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 2, the request for waiver 190, 275, and 279N, which requires a lighting plan, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 3, the waiver 190, 279, E, I, J, and O, which requires showing existing and proposed utilities, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 4, the request for waiver 190, 279, E and EE, which requires showing existing easements and conditions on an off-site, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 5, the request for a waiver of 190, 172, B1 and C1, which requires facades over 150 feet in length show wall plane projections and other features for 20% of the facade, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Number 6, request for waiver 190, 172, C2, 3, and 4, which requires variation additional architectural treatments along the facade. See waiver request letter for additional details, is granted, finding the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations. 7 through 12 as written, 13 prior to the issuance of a building permit, all outstanding issues identified in an email from Joe Mandola. PE is dated 9/12/2019. 14 through 16 as written. 17, applicant will work with staff to address dumpsters.
Okay, so we have that motion by Mr. Weber, as indicated with the 17 stipulations. Do we have a second on that motion? Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None? Any abstentions? None? That motion passes. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a couple items left here. New business site plan, case number 8, that's postponed until December 5th at this point. Other business case number 1, review of tentative agenda to determine a proposal of regional impact. We have a copy of the technical review meeting items. Has anybody had a chance to look at these and see if there are any items on here of potential regional impact? Marshall, Hollis. Anyone see any? Make a motion either way. I don't really see anything on there myself.
What are we thinking about?
So you just make a motion as to whether there are any items of regional impact. It's a yea or nay.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion that there are no items of regional impact on the sheet provided.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Peterson. There are no items on the tentative agenda for proposals of regional impact. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bollinger. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. Okay, we're getting close. We already went through other business case number 2 at the beginning of the meeting. Other business case number 3, planning board reappointment to the capital improvement committee for a 2-year term to expire August 1st. Is that the right date? It's 2021?
Term to expire August
2021, right?
A 2-year term, 3-year term?
Yeah,
No, I think that's correct.
to expire, though.
Yeah, the 2-year term.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's already
Current
expired.
term
Oh, it
already
turns
That's when it
expired.
starts.
2020,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're expired.
Sorry, you expired.
So that should read 2021.
2021.
So that's just a reappointment of myself and Mr. Boudris on the capital improvement committee. So, someone want to make a motion on whether,
Want to be reappointed?
I'm fine, yeah, I'm on it now, I'll keep going.
I'll make a motion to let yours and Scott Leclerc, yours and Charles
Yeah,
continue.
reappointment, okay. So
Reappointment.
we have a motion by Mr. Weber to reappoint myself and Charles Boudris to the CIC. Any
Second.
second on that?
I second.
Second
The
by
reappointment.
Ms. Harper. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Good luck.
Aye.
Okay. So the only discussion item I have is just, I don't know if it's a discussion more than just to thank Steve for, all these years of helping us out through the planning board here.
What are we
for a
gonna
long
do?
time, and,
Yeah, Steve, where are you going?
I
Hey,
think
that's very good, Bob. Very competent and accomplished engineer.
So I'll give you a chance to speak anything you want on the record right here.
Good luck, Bob.
As long as it's within like 60 seconds.
Seconds, all right. Well, it's been quite a run. I've worked with veteran planning board members like Betty Lasky and Ken Dufour,
Yeah.
And as you can tell, I've not always been on the same side with most people. Because being an engineer, as Bob will, as he continues on his board, will find himself, you get to see, you look harder at these plans, because you're an engineer, and the people, for the most part, presenting are engineers. So you are pretty much at the same, on the same plane as they are. And so that's why you get to pick at what they do. You know, I don't expect the layperson to do that. And we always find ourselves on opposing sides. You know, obviously you'll get a new city engineer. The role of the city engineer has been questioned quite a number of times in my tenure on the board, especially when we go through difficult, you know, items like Walmart. I didn't vote for Walmart. I actually was the swing vote. And the next day I was in front of the mayor, questioning my ability to evaluate traffic. And so, you know, so you put yourself at risk when you do so. And as I said, the role is questioned about two things. One, because we get to see the plans, the city engineer's office gets to see the plans prior to coming here. So you are equipped with information that the general board doesn't have. People say, well, there must be a conflict of interest because you're already coming in with a predisposed position. And each member here, including the ex officio members, are supposed to sit on this board and have an objective view of the plan. Previous information plus current information. That's what is expected. This is a quasi-judicial board, and you have to take that position. And so certain people believe that you represent the city or you represent public works. I don't when I sit on this board. By virtue of being a city engineer, I am on this board. But once I'm on this board, I am, me, a planning board member. And I'm sure that will keep happening because people don't understand that there's a very fine line between being a city engineer and being a planning board member. And people can't see the difference. And it's hard sometimes for me to know because I come in here with information. So yeah, so it's been difficult, and needless to say, some recent developments that have been pushed through here have helped me arrive at my decision to, you know, to leave the city. And I just made my 20th anniversary just a couple of weeks ago. So it was a milestone that I wanted to get to. I have gotten to that, and I said it's time to leave it for somebody else to continue. But I have to tell you, I've taken positions with conviction. I may have been wrong, you know, but it's up to other people to prove that I'm wrong. Engineering is trying to do a better job reviewing plans, going through, spending more time and going through, you know, picking up the little things that make a difference. Mr. Mendola is doing a great job. I mean, when last have you seen 83 comments? I mean, half of them are probably just nitpicking stuff, but the other half are stuff that's of value. And we need to step, you know, make it better because we get to see the results. For the 20 years, I've seen the results. I've seen the results of plans that didn't get a proper vetting, engineering-wise. And, you know, and Mr. Weber has done a good job helping us in trying to get a quality product when he asks, who's going to watch the job? Who's going to certify the job? That's key, the way I see it. Despite all of that, I want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to have worked with staff, planning board members over the years, and to render, you know, adjudication on good projects, good solid projects that have made, you know, of great value to the city, whether they're commercial projects or residential development. And so I really appreciate that opportunity to have worked with everybody and to have learned a lot and to give into this community that I've grown to love. You know, it's my community. I'll continue to live here. And so I want to thank you all. And I welcome Bob. I've known Bob for a long time. And I think he's a great addition. I think he'll steer in the right direction if where it's needed. I think your background is mostly traffic, right, Bob?
Yep.
So, there you go.
That's good.
That'll help a lot.
Well, I
Great.
can say I've enjoyed having you here. It's been
I
really-
appreciate it.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
same here. I appreciate it all the time. You know, it's been great. We've been working together for a while, so as one engineer to another, you know, I'm
Yes.
always impressed by your engineering expertise as well, so. that's
We're gonna
good.
miss you. I look
Yeah.
forward to your opinion when it comes to all the road stuff. I thought, yeah,
Well,
Steve.
you're gonna still be around, aren't you?
I'll be in the city.
Are you going to be the engineering staff?
What's your home address?
Join up, we got some
leaving
planning board
engineering?
slots.
Oh, no, I'll be doing more engineering. I have
So
a,
I can still come and ask your opinion.
oh, you mean, I'm not leaving the city.
What?
I'm quitting my job.
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Yes,
So you will no longer be a City of Nashua employee?
that's right.
Oh,
Doesn't mean you have to leave us, Steve.
We have extra positions open on the planning board. That'd be a real kick.
Look at his face.
All right, well,
Thank you.
definitely,
It's been a pleasant
thanks.
experience.
We
thank
very
you,
much
thank you.
appreciate it, so. Great, so I think probably, maybe it makes sense, if we're gonna adjourn, you might,
just before you adjourn.
yeah, go ahead, Ed. Oh, yeah, that was in the packet, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yep, everybody got that?
Okay. Question. When you go up to Concord and for the other one, the old OPE, I think?
OSI now, yeah.
They usually have a slot that you automatically bill the city. This does not. So that means that we have to pay for it first.
Or if you want to give it to me, we can send it in for you.
Okay.
It's quicker, though, for you to pay for it and then get reimbursed from us. But if you give it to us, Roger has account numbers he puts on things, and then we can issue a check for it.
Okay, there's only one I want to go to, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Either way is fine.
But I can pay for it, and then I'll just send when I get the.
Bill Roger, before he retires.
What?
Before he retires.
No.
Yeah.
One way or another, I'll get my money back.
All right, so, one is yours, Steve, if you wanna make a motion.
Oh,
Come on,
yeah,
Steve.
that's such a privilege. Motion to adjourn this planning board meeting. At what
We
is
have
it?
a motion to adjourn, all those in favor?
Aye. No second needed.
No, we don't.
You got a
We
second thing here
adjourn
that's
at,
Second.
11:24.
on the board.
I don't know why.
Who does that?
What time is
Early
it?
this-
24?
Okay, thanks.
1.
We're done.
We're done.